Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, November the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, North. That means you guys can hear me and see my screen. Well, Target, guys, this is the one that really started it all earlier this year, isn't it? When they had a huge drop off earnings, and I think that really scared the market, and that led the market. That really started because I think after that was Costco, and Walmart. But Target's at it again, guys. This is a big gap down on earnings, 15%, almost half a billion in the float. So that is a big gap down for Target. Um, you guys are talking about maybe a 150 holding it. If that doesn't, then lows underneath that are around 145. So keep an eye, obviously, on retail today, with Target leading the way down. I think Walmart had earnings yesterday. I don't think they were bad. Yeah, so Walmart had earnings yesterday, so maybe Target maybe going to be a one-off because Walmart was okay yesterday. The Tattooed Chef, my goodness. So they had earnings. I think they may have pre-released a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, basically warning the market that it wasn't going to be good. And you're right. I think their losses were double what the analysts were expecting. So this is now an all-time low for the Tattooed Chef, TTCF. If you guys can go back, you remember this was one of the big SPACs. A lot of people were one of the original SPACs. Couldn't wait for this one to open. This was back in October. Yeah, October, almost 2 years ago, over 2 years ago. And boy, just nothing, absolutely nothing. The Tattooed Chef. Grab is another earnings play, GRAB. This is an earnings play up. GRAB is up. Out of Singapore, interesting. I sort of know that, but meanwhile, ASLE is heading down here. I'm trying to think of it, see if there's any news. Right, the price is secondary and 15.50 a share. So it's below the secondary price, 15.50 through the 200-day and below the secondary price of 15.50. This is a financing, ASLE. EH, a little China play. EH is up again. Had a big day yesterday. Another one follow through today. As we're mentioning AAP. AAP is down also on earnings. They're more expensive one, kind of like Target, almost the same price. AAP down on earnings. Financing, TBLT. Did a financing or announced the financing. TBLT announced the financing. The big day 2 days ago. Getting crushed now. 286 is the financing price. So hopefully nobody was holding on to this one. Got up to 405. Almost back down from the level from where it came a couple of days ago. Oh, let's see. ONON is another earnings play. Trying to recover actually. When I first saw it, it was down here on 1823, so the gap down was quite a bit more, but it's trying to recover. ONON. Uh, Yesterday it got close to the 200-day moving average, which is about, where's my 200-day moving average? 2120. So what did it get up to? It got up to 2095. So it got very close to the 200-day moving average yesterday. Errors. I think this had a big down day yesterday, trying to gap up a little bit today. Big down day yesterday. Had earnings on the 10th. Trying to recover a little bit. AIRS. ZIM. ZIM is an earnings play. ZIM is an earnings play. Yeah, kind of interesting. Taking this out, these 3 days out, and when you look left, the next highs are around 28.67, 29, and if it get through all that, 33. So I think Zach mentioned this one could be one of those all-dayers. depending what the market does, of course. Yeah, Micron just got hit just as I was almost completing my list. A bit of a recovery. So MU expects to supply fewer memory chips in 2023. So they have earnings on the 21st of December. And I think I just mentioned ASLE. If I didn't, I'll do it again. 1550 is the financing. 1550 is the financing for ASLE. So below the financing price. And here's one I don't think I've seen before, ESAB. Very well, actually, the volume's starting to pick up. They're doing the financing at $40, so it's above the financing price. My bias would be that it would start to slip back towards that financing price. It already has. It is shortable for me. Oh, tons of shares, 5 million at Interactive Brokers. So that is not an issue. Not familiar with this company at all. I did see that Goldman seems to be behind it also. Goldman Sachs acting as a joint lead book runners, etc. So now my list of gap ups, the ones that had gapped up was not very big, over 10%. In fact, about just about I don't know, 10 minutes ago, there were only two of them. A few more are sneaking in. And typically that's you can tell we're getting towards the end of earnings season. We still do have some earnings plays. SRAD is an earnings play. SRAD, Sport Radar Group. Well, this is sports betting. Okay, so this is sports betting. So the Sports Radar Group is an earnings play, SRAD. Not much volume yet. They just released earnings pre-market. Gets a buy from Needham. Let's see price targets, but interesting. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average. Next high looking left is 14, I think 14. I'm sorry, it's not correct. 13, around 13 is the next high looking left, but no volume yet. Volume will pick up, of course, once the market opens, but no volume yet for SRAD. So this is now sneaking in here low, LAUR. It's not an earnings play. Again, stock offering. So another stock offering through the, wow, it's a big gap down through the 200-day moving average, down 13% on that news. No volume though, 16,000 shares, no volume yet. Just looking at the ones that are showing up here. CCL looked like it was on a nice run. I will give it that, a 4-day run. I can't remember the last time it had well, I guess it had a 4-day run here, but anyway, gapping down now a little bit. Pretty big volume, 13 million shares. So trading lower after the company announced more financing, $1 billion. So another financing. Let's take a look at the other guys, NCLH, see if they're following the same path. A little bit in RCL. Yeah, so CCL, RCL is definitely looks like the strongest of the three of them. If you're looking for cruisers. Though NCLH isn't bad. I'm just looking at the 200-day moving average. So NCLH is above the 200-day moving average, as is RCL. CCL is not. 200-day moving average is 1314. So it's still quite a bit below the 200-day moving average. Can't even see it on my daily chart. saw this one also, another earnings play, GSM. Just wasn't very much volume, so I thought I wouldn't talk about it too much. But anyway, there's GSM as another earnings play. All right, let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our analysts. So both lists are a little bit light. Let me get the upgrades in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, guys. Let's see. Goldman has upgraded LNC. Let's take a look at LNC and SI. I should have mentioned SI. William, are you in this one? Are you trying to swing this one long or something? SI, of course, tied in with Bitcoin. I don't know the exact correlation, but SI falling with anything to do with Bitcoin or crypto. What was that one yesterday? I can't believe my memory is going here, guys. What was the one yesterday from Goldman? It's around an $18 stock now. They put a 63 or $64 price target on it. What was that one? Somebody will remember. Thank you very much. Yeah, JC, FDMT. FDMT. So let's take a look at FDMT, what it is doing. So it's still kind of hanging in there, but I want to take a look at LNC. LNC, Goldman is upgraded. Pretty interesting. With a buy with a target of $46. Okay, so not quite as dramatic as the other one, which was, a $12 stock, putting a 62 or $63 price target on it. But nonetheless, so there's LNC. Had earnings on this is the earnings reaction, just got clobbered here. You're a $52 stock down to 33. Goldman's putting a buy on this one. Let me get the downgrades in now. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Let me get those into our YouTube room. Okay, so I'm just looking at Aqua. Aqua was I don't know if it was an earnings play, excuse me, an earnings play yesterday. It was an earnings play yesterday. For some reason, somebody has decided to downgrade it. But there's Aqua, earnings play yesterday. Here goes the ZIM guy, ZIM, making new highs, new pre-market highs. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I saw that Peloton news this morning about expanding into on Amazon. Yeah, their Amazon deal with and expanding into the UK and Almain, Germany. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room. 1186 is the high looking left. That's the next high looking left. It's had a nice 4-day run. All right, I am now going to take a look at the sectors, and then we're going to take a look at the sectors in relation to their 200-day moving average. See what's happening there. Do that every day. Gives you guys an idea about what are the really strong sectors versus the weak ones, not just on an intraday basis, but on a longer term time frame. So I clicked on new from our toolbar and then clicked on more, and then I'm bringing up the sector status. All right, so you can see we're obviously in for a negative open. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE Energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, what does that mean? That means that every stock that makes up XLE is below yesterday's close, okay? So is there a strong sector? No. I mean, technology, 89%. Is there anything over 50? Not that I can see. The closest is consumer staples. Okay. Closest is consumer staples, which is kind of interesting because Target must be a part of this, right? Target part of this. I don't see it here. Maybe that's why it's not. Surprised Target is not part of this XLP. Very surprised. Oh, well, because that would certainly drag this down. Anyway, so that's what we're seeing here. And this again, this is what 13 minutes before they open. Now what we're going to do is let's take a look at where they are in relation to the 200-day moving average. So energy is still strong. I mean, look at energy, even though this is intraday, all the stocks are that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And that, they could be down just a smidge. I mean, it doesn't mean that they're really gapping down. But look at XLE, still strong. There's that 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at retail, XRT. Maybe, give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Okay, so Target is part of XRT, not part of consumer staples. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, so there's XRT, and look at that. I mean, it got into the 200-day moving average yesterday, but still a little bit below it. And, Target is definitely affecting it today. XLP, let's take a look at XLP. Hanging right at that 200-day moving average, guys. Look at that, hanging right at it. Healthcare, XLV, of it. So XLV is a relatively strong sector when you compare it to certainly retail and healthcare. Not healthcare, I'm sorry, consumer staples. Let's take a look at industrials, XLI. There's that 200 days. So a little bit like energy. Take a look at the financials, XLF financials above the 200-day again. Communications. Now, I think communications is by far the weakest sector. Yeah, look at this, still way below the 200-day moving average, way below it. Technology is going to be below, not as bad as communications. You can see the tech XLK, the tech sector is really trying to get closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. How about materials, XLB, of it? Typically look at utilities. These are more dividend type stocks, but let's take a look at utilities. Even utilities are under. So that gives you a bit of an XLY. Sorry, XLY. I don't think I mentioned that one. Consumer discretionary. So this is below it too. A little bit like communications. Okay, a little bit like communications. So there are a few, obviously, energy and the banks that are above the 200-day moving average. But communications, certainly by far, I mean, it's trying to crawl back a little bit, but look at that 200-day moving average, so well below it. All you have to do is click on New Major, and then click on Docked Channel Bar. And here's what's confusing. Now I've already done this, but you have to click on More. Okay, I already did it before, so every channel is showing. But if you scroll down a little bit more, you'll see something that says More, and then you'll see all of the channels. Okay, don't click on the channel bar. This channel bar. Click on Dock Channel Bar. Also, I wish they would, I keep saying this. I'll keep saying this till they remove it, that option to click on the channel bar. The problem with clicking on the channel bar and then clicking on a channel is that if you've got a layout up and running, your layout will disappear. And that's the issue. That's why we created the dock channel bar, because if you click on any channel here, you know, your layout underneath will remain, okay, no matter what you've got. So you can kind of surf through the different channels if that's what you want to do during the day, and your layout that you've got up and running will not disappear. If you click on, this is the old way of doing it, this new, and then click on channel bar. If I clicked on a channel here, my layout would disappear. I think the only reason they've got this, yeah, they've got a few more channels that we used to have here, but I mean, the whole idea was to, get rid of a lot of these channels weren't even used. But anyway, all right. So coin, of course, Bitcoin, crypto. I'm just going to say crypto. Ooh, look at the market here, guys. Market's putting in a bit more of a red bar at the beginning. I guess before the Micron announcement, MU, market was starting to run a little bit. There was some data, more data though now. US down 0.1% month over month versus a plus 0.2% estimation. And let's take a look at China, guys. KWeb. China KWeb was strong at the beginning here, but along with the rest of the market, starting to drift down. So it's actually gone negative. So my guess is that most China stocks are probably following suit. So if you're looking at any China stock, unless it has news on its own, earnings or really news on its own, like EH doesn't have news on its own, but it had earnings. I don't know what happened here yesterday. I'm not sure if they sort of pre-announced. I think they have earnings on the first, December 1st. So I'm not sure what the reason for this gap was. If they kind of were preconditioning the market to say, hey, it's going to be okay on the first. I can't really remember. I don't see any news. See if I can see some news here. Yeah, I don't see anything. So I don't know what the news was here, unless it was just sort of a general China bounce. And CVNA on the way down, also underneath 10 again. Well, this one, our star yesterday that I kept waiting to see if we could short it later on, and it never really budged off that $11 mark. Not really, not in any great way. So let's keep an eye on this one. This could be a third day continuation off earnings. It's still pretty strong. No volume yet. China stock, MNSO. Yeah, sorry. Is KISS an earnings play? KSS? No, just yeah. Okay, guys. KISS is not an earnings play yet. Tomorrow. KSS is an earnings play tomorrow. Coles, but it's drifting down right now with the market. KSS. Ah, okay. Well, maybe this is the owner of the Carolina Panthers getting rid of completely sold out of 8 positions, and one of them is KSS. Getting rid of the streaming services, Disney and Netflix. Well, we're in for a rocky open, guys. Definitely a rocky open. Hearing a lot of stocks are moving down here. When I say here, my gap down is text to voice. So I'm hearing her say these symbols in my ear. A lot of China stocks. Thank you, William. Yes, 1 minute to the open, guys. Or less than a minute now, about 30 seconds to the open. So I'm going to get rid of these right now. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes of the day. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I said I'll make some exceptions if the stock maybe is making a new all-time low and it shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown. If I were new to trading, though, I wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. I would try to let things settle down. Don't be so anxious to get in at the open. Very difficult to trade the open. Things are very whippy. And here we go, guys. Okay, well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Market is going to open in a weak way so far. All right, RKLB. This is not an earnings play. RKLB, kind of an important level for it to have broken is the $5 level. But underneath, it looks like 475 is the next high, or next low, so it's not that far away. If it were all the way down here, I'd be way more interested. If we're right down here around 4, All right, fold, taking a bit of a header here right off the bat here. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Why? Didn't do anything in the pre-market. FOLD, Amicus. Looks like there's some support maybe around the 1088 level. A couple of lows there on the daily chart. Could be some support. Okay, there's ZIM, guys. ZIM. Strong earnings play. This is an Israeli stock. Good grief. Remember Cano, guys? Oh, the rumor about CVS back here. Look at this. CANO. Yeah, ZIM. Well, getting closer to, let's see, what was the high right there? Around 2950 or so. So, yeah, I mean, you've got a couple of highs on that daily chart right where it got into. So let's see if it's stalled. Well, sort of it's kind of stalled there. But again, pretty whippy in the first, most stocks are pretty whippy, certainly in the first minute, but even the first 15 minutes, up to 2940, pulled back down to 2880. All right, AQN is trying to bounce a little bit here, guys, after a disastrous three days. Earnings play just got absolutely killed. AQN trying to bounce a little bit here. Just pointing out some early morning. Wow. Okay. Well, now shoot. Now the MNSO is taking a big header. Why didn't that happen yesterday? Now look at it, MNSO. All right, keep an eye on Para. Market now the market's lifting a little bit here, but this is moving down. So this is counter Para. Okay, Para is counter to the market move right now. And it's PARA. The next low looking left is around 1830. Is that right? Actually 1845. So maybe a little bit close to that. This is the one that Buffett disclosed a stake in. Oh, I wish this weren't here. If that weren't there, this could be one of those ones that I would take maybe a little bit early. Is Para. If that low wasn't there, if the low was right down here at 1645. Because it was interesting to me, the market was moving higher and yet this one was moving lower. So it was definitely kind of trading on its own. Keep an eye on this on an 1845 break. I'm gonna stick an alert. Let's stick an alert there, price alert at 1840. See if it takes out 1840. We were just a day early, or several hours early, Zach, on the MNSO. That's what we wanted to see happen yesterday. Now there's our prison stock, GEO guys, GEO. Nice pop up for it. Lots of volume coming in. This is one that had earnings a couple of days ago, SNDL. Okay, how's Target doing? PGT. Well, it looks like that 150 held. Not quite though. It did get down below. It got down to 148.82, but it is trying to bounce a little bit here. TGT earnings play down 14%. It's a big gap down with that float, 458 million in the float. That's a big gap down. So look at the whip for ZIM. I mean, 29.38, and it drops all the way down to 27.88. It's trying to come back. That's why I like to, give it 15 minutes. You might miss the ones that just run right from the beginning, and you look at it and go, man, why didn't I take it right off the bat? But more times than not, stocks will do something like this. Have the initial excitement, a sell off, and then if they're still strong, they'll resume later on. NTRA, NTRA. What are you doing and why? This is an offering, $35 a share offering. So this is above the offering price, quite a bit above it. How's that ESAB doing? Because that was above the $40. Yeah, ESAB is still hanging tough. This is another offering, $40 or financing, $40. Well, AQN, what's the high looking left? 827. Put an alert there. See if it takes it out. The high of yesterday. 824. If it takes it out, it could have another bit of a run in it. It's already up. It's up. Well, it's not up that big of a percent, but takes that out. Then the next high, of course, is way up here. But hammer down on earnings, AQN, but trying to have a bit of a bounce. Okay, INM, low. Wow, very low float, guys. So again, be careful if you're gonna, dabble in this one. Look at that float, 892,000. So just be really careful. But it is, let's take a look left, see if I can expand this just a bit to see where the next high is. Looks like the next high, is that right? 470? 450 is the next high. So this has got some room, guys. But again, be careful with that float. It can go up, it goes up fast, but it can go down as or more quickly on the way down. So just be really careful. I know it's all about placing stops and all that, but with these low float situations, they can blow right through your stop if you're not careful. So see if there's any news on this one. advances their neurodegenerative disease program. Okay, so that's their news this morning. Not a big reaction. That was pre-market that news came out. Not a big reaction. Market open though, and here we are, INM. I'm just watching the spread of that INM. It sort of widens and tightens, widens. Well, I'd like to see this 408, 409 now, 407, 409. All right, lifting, lifting. But again, guys, just be really careful because of that spread. Not spread, but the float. Yeah, it's just, I mean, maybe if it gets back up to that 415 level, I might dabble in it, but right now, it's just a little too early for me. I mean, I look, it may just run, but all right, Para is getting closer to that low of yesterday, PARA, getting closer to that low of yesterday. And let's see, we had a halt for SNES, and now we have a resume SNES. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with this one, I have to admit. Is this I have no idea what's going on with this one, SNES. Is this a reverse split? I don't see that it is a reverse split. Yeah, okay, so this is a reverse split, 1 for 20 reverse split, effective today. Okay, so that's why it looks, our charts have not adjusted to that. But at least it didn't say it was up a humongous amount, okay? Man, look at that MNSO. Oof, what a short that would have been. Lucid, guys, LCID, the next low looking left looks like it's way down here at 1138. Lucid, LCID. All right, so this is a bit of a gap down and reversal play. The financing for TTCF was, I'm sorry, this is an earnings play. Sorry, this is an earnings play. Trying to actually recover a bit. Yeah, I do see errors here. Won a race early. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room, $5. You're right. AIRS has got some room. Had earnings on the 10th. Post-market, so the reaction was on the 11th, which was Friday. And then Monday, little sink. Yesterday did nothing. Trying to recover a little bit here. And that is the errors. AIRS. Oh man, so I mean, look at the INM now, guys. I don't like to take these early. Anything that early. Look at it now. So I have my alert set up here at around 4:15. If it happens later on in the day, great. If it doesn't, just forget about it. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I can't take a look at shorting it. I can do that right now, Delta. No problem. Get my price alerts up. It's the same. If you can put a price alert. Let me get these out of here. Oh, you mean how to do it? Okay, well that's so here's my price alerts window. Okay, so if I want to put a price alert for INM as an example, okay, so I just have to go to the chart I want. You can put any chart, of course, but so if I want to put a price alert, say at 4, so I just move my pointer, see the dotted line, moving up to that 4 level. When I have it where I want it, I right click, create price alert. Now it says 404. Of course, if I want to change it to 4, I can, and then save it. That's it. You can put some notes in if you want. I typically don't, unless it's an IPO, which I can go over later on, but typically I don't put any notes in. Now I just save it, done. So now a blue line appears on the chart. Okay, a blue line appears on the chart. So if INM gets up to that level, my price alerts window will pop up on my screen. Okay. So let me show you exactly. Let's put another alert down here at the low. Okay, so it briefly touched that and see how it popped up on my screen. I can put a sound alert on it just the same way as any other alert window. Go into the actions and then setting this up to play the sound. I do that because I've got a wireless headset, so sometimes I drift away from my computer, wander around, and if I hear that sound that I know is my price alerts sound, unique sound, I can come racing back to see what is triggered. And I sort on the trigger time column. Oh, is the sound you were looking for? Not okay. So just go to actions and then just follow this again. Set up the sound. You're gonna have one of your windows could be text to speech. One of your alert windows can be text to speech if you want. And I say one of them. The whole idea of sound alerts is to put a unique sound on each individual alert window or price alert window, and if you have the AI window, because when you hear a sound, you want to know which window to look at. So obviously you cannot have them all text to speech. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at. And then minimize. You don't have to have the price alert window up and running. Well, you have to have it. It has to. There you go. Okay, so there's INM. So maybe now, though the spread is still terrible for a $4 stock. So minimize it. You don't have to have it taking up any screen space. Even if you have screen space, which I do, Even if you do have screen space, I think this is a better way to use it because when you get an alert, it'll pop up in your screen. You won't miss it. If you're staring at if you have this, tucked away in another monitor, yeah, you might put a price alert on it or a sound alert, but I think it's way more powerful to have it pop up on your screen. So minimize it. You don't have to be staring at it. You can't major. Didn't you ask that question yesterday? Somebody asked that question yesterday. My idea of it though is that you shouldn't, you should, the only reason you should be getting rid, in my opinion anyway, of symbols is because you don't like the way the chart, what you don't like the charts anymore. Whatever it's looking at. How do you know that unless you click on the symbol? Okay, so I've got errors here. I've got, so if all a GSM, so if I looked at this, tomorrow and I don't like this anymore, then I uncheck it. The whole idea is to go through the charts. See, there should be a reason why you don't want to have a chart. Okay, then when somebody else major. Sorry, so somebody else asked the same type of question. But doesn't that make sense that you should but why are you getting rid of your like symbols? Is that there should be a reason for it. There is Yeah, it's not like the other top lists or that you create that you can delete them all. At least it used to be like that. Maybe they changed, but I always like to click on the chart and then I make up my mind if I want to get rid of it. But of course, that is just me. All right, guys. So there's the INM. Maybe getting set now. No, Thomas, I have my own layout. Okay, but the explosive winners is that's the race it's kind of based on. But I have my own layout. Okay. I mean, when you get used to using trade ideas, typically that's what people do. They create out based on some of the scans, either that I have that I'm sharing, or maybe you take a scan, from one of the layouts that's in the doc channel bar. I mean, it's a great way to get going, of course, is to go through the different channels and all, but typically most people, once they get used to using trade ideas, they create their own layout. Just remember, I go over this in about 20 or 30 minutes. If you're going to extract a layout or sorry, scan from one of the layouts, you save it to the cloud. All right, guys. All right, let's go. Come on. Let's see if this INM has a real big lift to it now. I didn't get the shares I wanted. Made a mistake. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to manage this INM. Okay. Shouldn't say sorry, but so again, the next high looking left is 450, so it's a little bit close. Okay, I've taken some off, guys, in case it can't get through that 450. My issue was that I made a mistake in my order entry. I didn't get the number of shares I wanted, but oh well, it happens. But so that 450 is the next high looking left, so I still have some left, just in case it does explode through that 450, and that's the INM. So you see what I'm saying? Wait out that first 15 minutes, a little bit choppy in that first 15. But again, be super careful. Don't wander away from your computer. Okay, with 892,000 shares in the float, that is an insanely low number. So just be very, very careful. I know Shady's going to say something like, well, it doesn't matter what the float is. I understand what you're saying. Okay, guys, be careful. But sometimes you put a stop in one of these and, depending how many shares you take, you can blow right through your stop. Let's say you take 1,000 shares, okay, and you put a stop in at whatever at 430, and it gets down to 430. You think, oh well, I get taken out, but it is it only briefly stops at 430 on its way down to 4. So you may not get all your position out. Yeah, well, that's why you've got to be awfully careful. Look at the volume pouring into it. I mean, it's 91 times normal. I'm going to check. I got to keep an eye on it, of course. I'm going to check another website, a couple of websites that I use for flow checking, and see what they've got. Yeah. So I mean, you've got some various. It's funny because normally our whoever supplies our data is usually it's about the same as the Wall Street Journal. So Wall Street Journal says 7.9 million. Morningstar is under a million. Ameritrade has nothing. Probably this is more like it then. So it is like a sub 1 million. I don't know where Wall Street Journal is getting their data, but our data is, looking about the same as these three, Finviz, Yahoo, and Morningstar. Okay, good. Good news is trying to hold over 450. And you can see INM won 2 races early. Histogram, I haven't talked about the histogram, but the histogram is looking decent. Well, I hope Zach's right. Close to 6. That'd be awesome. What is the next high looking left? 477 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. But be careful again. I mean, it's right at that 450 mark. Still a little bit of a struggle. I always find the 50-cent levels for stocks under $5 can be as powerful as the one, like the whole numbers that stocks can kind of struggle to get through. It's just psychological. That's all it is. I'm just watching this, guys. I just have to concentrate on it a little bit. The INM. So you saw I had some price alerts here. One at 402 and one at 416. The 402 hit. All right, interesting. Just the AI is looking at FDMT. Yesterday they went long. Today they want to short it. Para is still interesting to me. PARA. I kind of lost sight of it because of the INM, but the low was 1845. So it's kind of hanging around that low. If it really takes that low out, look underneath 1645. There's a couple of dollars underneath. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's definitely, especially if the market, depends what the market does, of course. The market puts on a giant rally. This could drag PARA up because remember, Buffett is a Buffett, right? Took a stake in this or disclosed the stake in it. So it's got that behind it. I mentioned this Lucid a little earlier, LCID. Well, AQN has had a nice little bounce after 3 days of getting trounced. 824 is still the high that it has to take out, and then it can really get going. Okay, guys, INM. Ooh, I mean, it's just, I can't emphasize this more. Don't walk away from your computer if you have this INM. Okay, take a look at Haywire. I know it's not Haywire, but take a look at Hayward, HAWY. What's the next low looking left? 959. Okay, just checking some of these ones that are, oh, look at True here. Now, big area. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable. Um, Lots of shares, in fact, at Interactive Brokers. Um, Coming into the 200-day moving average. That's what it hit yesterday. True hit the 200-day moving average yesterday, bounced back underneath it, testing it again, testing it again. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge fee rate. You're right, Aja. There are no shares available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers for INM. So the next area, again, if you're in this one, is that 47 477, okay? 477 is the next high looking left for INM. Oh, look at Para. Okay, big area, guys. Big, big, big area now for it. 470. And I'm talking the INM. Well, I mean, if it takes it out this 470 like nothing, then I think five or so is the next high. Is that right? 508. Four 468, 470 bid ask on INM. Again, I'm just watching the activity at 470, guys. I really have to concentrate on this, okay? So I'm not going to talk too much. Let's see if it can really, really break through that 470 level. Histogram looks good. More buyers and sellers, or sorry, more bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish. That's what this histogram is telling me right now. Just a war, a little war, battle happening at 470 for INM. Get through that. It got through it briefly. Spread is tightened 468 for 471. So the spread is tightened a bit. There's a little pause here, guys. Be careful. Okay, somebody mentioned ESAB also earlier. How's it doing? Yeah, I mean, it's holding that financing very well. ESAB is holding the financing extremely well. $40 financing, ESAB, ESAB. All right, guys, I don't have very much of the INMN left. I'll hold some in case it pops through 470, but I don't have very much left. Oof, what a morning already. 10:13 now, so let's take a look at some of the other things that are happening. Here's the other prison stock, guys. CXW. I don't think this has. Okay, actually, doubles down on prison stocks. So this says right here, the lone stock he owns is Geo. New filings increases position in Geo and also added the CXW. Okay, so okay, guys, I'm just continuing to watch this INM. I mean, it could explode any time, upside or downside. So, okay, let me start concentrating some of these ones from the races, ESAB. This is shortable for me. I keep thinking it's going to drift down to that 40 level just because of the financing. All right, what's the market doing? I haven't really looked. Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little, so tech is sort of leading the way down more. All right, big moving down here. Had earnings, well, has earnings coming up on the second. What's the low looking left? Is 1737. So it's got, yeah, and I'm not interested. Ooh, XGen. XGN had earnings yesterday. Yeah, well, had earnings on the 14th, but the reaction is yesterday. So this is hey, second day continuation of earnings, guys. Look at this one, XGN. You know, your fantasy level could be around this 460 level, 460, 470. If you discount some of the little highs we see on the way up to that level, and that's XGN. ERJ was an earnings play yesterday, a little bit of a move today for it, but coming into the 200-day moving average, that's not good. If you're looking to go long this one right now, coming into the 200-day ERJ. UNM, IJA, or sorry, IJA, that's Amzaka, sorry. Yeah, well, it's trying to go positive. Next high looking left is 41.50, so about $1 away. All right, INM is it's hanging in there. At least it's still above that 450 mark, or sorry, the 450 mark. So it kind of stuck between that 450 and 470 right now. Takes out 470 in a big way. It could have another run in it. And just look at the daily charts, and you'll see highs at 450 and a high at 470. That's just kind of stuck in between. I don't feel you're spamming it, MTAC. I mean, you're posting information, but there is another room. You may want to come into the main room. You know, it's a lot more active, a lot more action or activity amongst traders. So you might want to, maybe you don't know it exists. I'll give you the link. I'm just not used to anybody posting, that's all. Okay, this could be an insane one. It is already insane. TINV, this is an acquisition, SPAC, I should say. Have they announced? Yeah, so, okay, cool. Approve the merger with dating app Grinder. Okay. Now that's typically what happens when you see the approval, but we saw a couple last week. I can't remember what they were when the approval came through and the stocks tanked. Now, maybe because it's Grinder. Okay, guys, it looks like, I mean, I have just a little bit of that INMM just in case, but you know, my big position is all gone. I'm not trusting that it's going to get through that 470. It is a super risky one also, this TINV. What did it get up to? 1475? I did not take it. The spread is not good. 1451.15 right now. That won't matter. I mean, if it tax on a couple of dollars, but I don't know it's going to do that. So, oh wow, this is just not shortable. Typically, yeah, these are not shortable for me. So, all right, guys, taking a look at some of the meme stocks. AMC. Just, I know some of you guys watch this one. AMC drifting down. Big hoopla about. And how about GME sort of drifting down a little bit? Okay, so nothing to see there. Para. Here's a little bug we've got, and they know about it. When you type in a wrong symbol, typically, yeah, it's no big deal. You can start typing again, get another symbol. You have to click on an alert though. Not a big deal, but they are aware of it. I guess it's been around for a bit. I guess I only noticed it a couple of weeks ago because I guess I haven't been typing in wrong symbols very much. Yeah, DWAC. Yeah, I am a little surprised. Also, I thought DWAC would have I mean, it's actually lost. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do a little reset on my account. Sometimes this just needs a little nudge to get it working again. Click on another symbol. Here we go. Yeah, a little surprising, with the announcement last night. What am I saying, guys? Look at the 10V, got as high as 1522 and dropped about $1.50 or so. Trying to come back a little bit. Very risky. Well, guys, XGN, I mean, it's a little extended, but boy, oh boy, it's got room, as we said. I think 433, your fantasy area would be right up here around 470, about $1 away. All right, market's putting three bottoming tails in a row on the SPY. So the sellers have been trying, but the buyers have been, propping it up a bit. Dow is up, so there's a little disconnect in the market today. Dow is up versus the Nas is down, so a little disconnect between The so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. I've got Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me in my headset. And so don't you forget about me, INM. INM, don't you forget about me. Okay, I won't. I won't forget about you. Oh, I forgot. I think you guys can hear me whispering. Very sensitive mic. Oh boy, keep an eye on the, I have I may add, I mean, if it takes out that, 470, I may add some back. It's got a little bit left. But if it takes out that 470 with any enthusiasm, yeah, I've got Sirius XM and I just put it on, some kind of retro 80s station. Yeah, I like that old music. Are you trying to draw our attention to INM DAC by spacing it out like that? All eyes on it. Oh, I tell you. I mean, if it really rips through this 470 mark, look at the histogram. The histogram is still strong. I haven't talked about the histogram too much. I usually let a couple of hours before, to really sort of set it up. But again, what this means is the bigger the bar, taller the bar. That means, in theory, and see how this bar is kind of going back and forth. That bar right there. The taller the bar, it's a ratio between bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish. So when the ratio between bullish and bearish is high, the bar is big. When it's low, the bar sinks somewhat. So yeah, interesting. Zach, do you have shares available for INM? Can you actually short INM even with those exorbitant fees? Can you actually short it? CP, Centerpoint has INM, but pretty hard. I'm seeing here, I mean, Ivy would do a okay for me, but it's 235% fee rate. But it's a very high fee rate. All right, guys, again, I'm just concentrating on the INM, maybe for an ad if it explodes through 70, 470. That's me. This is not advice. I'm just, but because this can be so explosive, I have to keep an eye on this. What I'm doing, I'm just looking at the time and sales, okay? How fast is it trading? The bid ask, that's all I'm doing. And that's, of course, within Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. And the problem is that, yeah, I could put a price alert there, which I typically would do, but the problem is that it could move so quickly and it could just blast right through that price alert. So that's why I'm trying to concentrate on it a little bit more. Target. So Target is, Target is coming back. Yeah, Target's coming back a bit. But hit hard on earnings, guys. I mean, that's a big percentage drop for almost half a billion in the float. So that's a big percentage drop. How is retail doing? XR, I'm sorry, it's not. Yeah, it is part of retail. Did we? Yeah, it's part of retail. Retail, probably a major component of the retail sector. XR is XRT or is Target, TGT, major component of XRT. Mentioned this ERJ. This is earnings yesterday, but coming right into that 200-day moving average. ERJ, Brazilian stock. Shoot, I've been paying attention to Zach's bounce play. So Novavax, guys. So Zach's bounce play, the last one, Novavax 21.22. Might be a little too late for me. Bounce plays will probably work a little bit better as long if the market is on your side to a certain extent. What? You're going to go long against me? Okay. As you probably know, I've taken some out because of the whole number. It's a para. A lot of patience on this one, but once it took out that low again, what was it, 1845? Wasn't like smoothly down, but if it takes out 18, I hate cheering against you, JK, but what's the float on this XGen? 8.9 million in the float. Look at that relative volume, 122 times normal. It's only traded, you can see it doesn't trade very much. 122 times, that's 414,000 shares, represents 122 times normal. Where's your stop on that, JK? 18? 18, so your stop is 18, okay. Again, I hate, obviously I'm cheering it on the way down, but oh, you're out? Okay. Okay, drop. SI, okay. I'm taking a look at this SI. It is showing up on my one of my scanners. I'm a little late, little late, little late. Well, I really like this XGN. I just wish it were not so close to the whole number. It's above the VWAP. It's got room. It's a second day continuation off earnings. Guys are talking about Note, N-O-T-E. Let's take a look at Note. Note was an earnings play 2 days ago. There was 2 days ago. Little, yeah, 2 days ago. There's yesterday's reaction. Today, now. Well, if you're long this, yeah, wow, there's no volume at all. Paul, what are you doing? What are you doing? The spread like on that with no volume. Actually, it's not bad, 657, 659, but there is no volume. Well, good luck. ONN earnings play, guys. I had this as a gap up on earnings, and it had gapped up when I saw it, but look at this, really giving it up. ONON, lots of volume. Okay, guys, well, there's a bit of a lull in the action as I wait to see if Para can really take out 18 and waiting to see if INM can explode through 470. Well, you know the drill. This is a free room. Why is it free? Because you have to put up with me every now and then talking about trade ideas. And as always, I'll start off with my homepage. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take on a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas, shows you how much it costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium, 2,000, standard, annual standard, 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. Interesting short of this FDMT. It's been kind of choppy, but keep an eye on that FDMT if you do have the AI. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You know, you can want to go month to month, that's fine. Premium is 228, standard is 118, less the 15% for the first month only. Okay, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. At any time, if you do want to take out an annual subscription, if you're in a monthly, we'll honor the 15% promo, okay? Or discount. Scroll down a little bit. So if you do take out a subscription, you must do this. The Let's Get Started, getting started, okay? 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes. Your download and installation, first startup and login, etc. Okay? So please do that first. As I keep scrolling down, I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. That is free, of course. Another free service, Trade of the Week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. That's a free service. Now, if you've signed up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, check your promotion folder. Sometimes it goes there. All sorts of information in the education link. Give me a moment. Wow, it's teasing me at the 470 mark. Talking about the INM. Okay, lots of information in this education link, including the user guide. Click on that user guide. There is that getting started again. Okay. Now, at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. Okay. Obviously, more information is here, but nail these three aspects of trade ideas. These are kind of the basic features of trade ideas. Okay. Understand what they are and how to create them if you want. Keep scrolling down. There's that getting started again. So daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today being Wednesday, it should be Jamie. I'll confirm that. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over there and listen to Jamie for that hour. Daily webinar. So you can sign up for them all here. The next one is on Thursday. We're on the Thursday rotation this week. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all right here. We have a lot of educational videos right here. Back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, what is a stock? Introduction to charts and candlestick support and resistance. This is a free resource. So if you're new to trading, this is what I would do. That's actually when he was in the it was his turn in our YouTube room yesterday. He said it was 39 parts, but 36 is enough. Okay, very small videos, short videos, I should say. So it's a great free resource. Please use it if you're new to trading. VWAP is always the daily. Okay, it's no time frame. It's always the daily, Greg. The VWAP that you see here. Okay, always the daily. Now my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. The two races. That was a question from our YouTube room. What time frame is the VWAP? Always daily. The gainers from the open and the large cap gainers from the open. The two races that you see here, I am sharing. I have some other scans that I do share. You can take a look at them if you'd like. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. So please if you save my link, please save my link. And if you do take out a subscription, use my link. Helps the room, keeps the room free. Okay. And of course, if you save my link, you can always take a look at my scans. I do change them up every now and then. And again, the education section. So I think there's a lot of information right at your fingertips if you do save my link. Well, thank you very much, INM. I did not bite. Okay, so I talked about the scans that I'm sharing. Now, just in general, what is trade? Again, there are new people. I know some of you have been in the room many many years. Hard to me saying this, but I mean there are new people all the time. So just to give you an idea, what Trade Ideas is, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you the scans that I'm sharing. There are a lot of other scans here. If I click on here, when I say here, if you click on our toolbar and click on new, and then, all right, new, and then dock to channel bar, the dock to channel bar. Now, what you'll see, interesting, now it's not giving me that. Usually what happens is I have to click on more if I want to see all the channels. Now, maybe it's because I clicked on more earlier and saw the, if I rebooted Trade Ideas, probably I'll get that more back. But anyway, let's take a look at the momentum channel. Okay, very popular one, the momentum channel. Click on that. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh man, it's sometimes it's difficult, with what I'm doing and trying to explain things and answering emails and left and right. This XGen, I really wanted to take it on that like close to that 4 break. But anyway, there it is, guys. We've been talking about it. So again, I just point out ideas all day long. If it meets your trading plan, if you don't have one, you better get one. And if you want to hear about a trading plan and the importance of it, come on Tuesdays, 12 to 1, and listen to Michael. He's not going to give you a trading plan, but he's going to, really hammer home the point. You need a trading plan. Without a trading plan, you're just guessing. And you might say, well, how do I know what a trading plan is? How do I know what my trading plan should be? That's why you've got to, number one, take a look at those videos that Michael, if you're new to trading, take a look at the videos that he created. So it gives you an idea about, charts and candlestick patterns and trends, etc. So you have an idea about how to read a chart, and then I'm going to show you how you can practice trading. So right now, anyway, there's our alert. This is an alert window called Momentum. This is basically the one that I'm actually sharing my homepage. So the exercise I'm trying to show you right now, though, is how you can go to the different channels. You can take a look at a scan, and if you like it, how to extract it from the layout and then make it part of your layout if you want to. Okay, this is just a brief overview. All this is covered in the guide. So for instance, if I thought I liked this one, this Momentum, all I have to do is right click, duplicate into a free floating window. Basically what you're doing, you're taking out of this layout so that it's a free floating window. It popped up on my other monitor. Okay. And there's XGN right there. So you might say, well, wait a minute, that's 10:45. Like you said, this was live, real time. Well, it is. There just hasn't been another one since then. So for instance, when you look at this Momentum, all the scans that I'm sharing, plus any scan that you see that we've created, if you right click and then click on configure and summary, this is going to tell you what it's looking for. Okay. This is the screener aspect of Trade Ideas, the filters. Okay. Many screeners out there, but we're a scanner. The big difference is, yeah, you can, lots of websites have scanners, but this gives you real-time alerts, if these filter values are met. So, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of the day, etc. These are the two key cool ones. 1,000% of normal in the last minute, the volume, 400% in the last 5 minutes. This usually then when you click on an alert that you get, you'll see a big volume spike. So the bottom line is this: if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Why we're not seeing another one right now, or no other stock yet is meeting these filter requirements and making a new high for the day. So if you like this scan exactly the way it is, and again, I'm just trying to show you an example. If you took a look at another scan from another channel and you like exactly what we've done, great. Then you can save it to the cloud. I'll show you how you do that. Or you can make a change. So for instance, oh boy, there's a SI. SI is moving down here. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. So if you like the scan exactly the way it is, fine. But if you wanted to make a change, for instance, you might want to change the price range. Which you can do that. I clicked on the icons. Now I'm going to change it to 10 and 100. If I click on summary, you see how now that has changed to 10 and 100 from 1 to 50. So if I like this now, or I could make some other changes. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, you might find another filter that you like. Maybe take one out. It's up to you. Right now, I'll just say OK. And now I can save this to the cloud. So if you like it exactly the way it is, fine. Or you can make a change before you save it to the cloud. Then you right click, save or share to cloud, and you save it. When you do that, now it's in your cloud. All right. So it's there forever. As long as you don't delete it from your cloud, it'll be there forever. And forever meaning even if you decide that you want to stop your subscription, you come back 2 years later, you use the same email address to sign up, Everything you've done will still be in the Trade Ideas Cloud. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Oh, look at INM now, guys. If you want to create your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on this alert window and I click on configure again, this time instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. So when the company started in 2003, they thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they tried to create enough real-time alerts. These are all real-time alerts. I'm going to scan through them all or scroll through them all. And when we see these icons, these are the filter icons, okay? Do not get hung up on how many we have. We had to create enough so that, for the majority of our thousands of customers, all the different types of trading styles out there, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. Common question. I can't, Trade Ideas is too complicated for me. Look at all the information I have to learn. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, I use a handful of them and that's it. So, of course, you can create your own scans if you want to. But we've got lots of scans that we've created so that, if you want to just start out using our scans or my scans, you can do so. And once you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can take those scans and maybe just adjust them a little bit to your trading style. You see a filter that you'd rather have in there or take one out, you can do so. Well, power is turning into a nice short for me, guys. The attraction for me was once it took out that 1145 area, then looking left, and it's got right down here 1639. Market was not strong today. So for me anyway, had a lot going for it. Let's talk about the races a little bit here. The races are a great hybrid between top list windows and alert windows. So what you're seeing here, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click and open the top list that this race is based on, doesn't matter what these symbols are. This is the important part. I right click configure and click on the summary. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, when I start this race, I run 4-minute races. You can, you can go to the guide and you can check, you can adjust how long you want your races to run. I chose 4 minutes. So what you're seeing here and why you see QRTEB at the top here at 1%, not a huge move, but it's leading right now. What this means is that since this race started a minute ago, now it's a little bit more. QRTB meets all these filter requirements and it has moved the most since the race started. It has moved 3% since the race started. Okay, that's what that means. So as long as the stock meets these filter requirements and it's moving, and you don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top of the leaderboard. If you see something moving, down here, click on it, see what's happening. Maybe it's just starting a big move. You never know. Now you see what happened with the QRTEB, whatever, it pulled back. So now FSCO, you can see what happens as the race, the longer the race goes, you'll see stocks jockeying for position. Now that QRTB now is only up 0.65%. I look at it, I can't click on it because I've got that open. But you can see, it was up here. Now it's probably going to move right back up. Okay, these all real time, guys, all real time. So it's a great hybrid between a top list window and an alert window. Before we had the races, this was the use of a top list window. You can sort, and you can still use a top list window, of course, in this fashion. You could sort on any column header you have, okay? So it's a matter of, so if I wanted to sort, find out the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, as long as I have the header, which I do, change from the close percent. I double left click rapidly. There's that QRTEB. It's up 58% from yesterday's close. INMM, 57%. If I double left click on the change from the open, these two are still at the top. Okay. Problem is, how do you use this information to trade? Especially if some stock down here, let's take a look at AGEN, which is up 5.5% from the open. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it really started to move? Now it's 6%, now it's 8%, now it's 10%. You'd never be able to see this. Even here, you can't tell if this is really moving or not, the QRTEB. You'd have to stare at that 58.7 to see if it's changing. How crazy would that be? To have to do that all day long. So that's where the races come in. Okay. The races let you know, based on your filter requirements, what stocks are moving the most. Now, what happens also, and this is why I think it's super important if you're new to trade ideas or new to trading, even if you're not new to trade ideas, I try to pick at least one race to run. The reason being is that it creates automatically a top 10 list for you to watch all day long. So a top 10 watch list for you all day long. Why is INM in the number one position? You see this, it's not -5, it says a -5. It won 5 races today. Here's 1-3, etc. XGN 1-3. Okay, so that automatically is going to create a watch list for you of stocks that you can follow all day long. Let's take a look at Geo as an example. It's only won one race. Okay, but if you look at Geo right now, you might look at this and go, okay, well, you know what? If it gets back up to this 967 level, maybe I want to know about it. Maybe it might be interesting to trade. Or if it pulls back to a certain level, maybe I want to know about it. Okay. So the fact that something has only won one race, it doesn't mean that, you just forget about it for the whole day. NTRA, look at NTRA as an example. It still looks pretty interesting. If maybe if it takes out the high of the day, which is right up here, 39.63, or maybe it pulls back to a certain moving average. This is where you've got to practice trading. There's the VWAP, 38.15. Maybe put an alert there. See if it pulls back to the VWAP, and what does it do on the VWAP? Does it hold? Does the VWAP hold it up? Or does it move through? Or does it bounce off? And maybe that becomes a trade for you. But it gives you, just a finite number of stocks to really concentrate on all day long. So you click on the alert, click on the symbol, maybe put some price alerts somewhere where you think a stock might be interesting, a price might be interesting. And of course, you can create your own top list and launch a race from it. I open this top list window, and you could take this and you could, if you, again, like always, you don't like this price range, you can adjust the price range. If you don't care if it's up from the open or you want a different percent or more volume, remember, this is the minimum, it's up to you. But once you've done it though, right click and launch the real-time stock race. And that's how you launch. So, people ask, can I only do these? Of course not. You can launch your own stock race based on your own time that you want to set your races for. But I'm just giving you an overview. Okay. All this is in the guide. Again, if you click on my homepage link, and you go to the guide, go to the education section, and then click on the guide and click on the TI stock race. And you'll see we've got 4 videos, I believe. Okay. And then this is all clickable, race startup, configuration, etc. So all this is in the guide. I don't expect you to remember everything I'm saying. I'm just giving you an overview. Now, the difference between these two races, you'll notice that you can get some pretty big percentage increases here. These are more volatile, definitely more volatile. They can move up and down rapidly. You'll see here not as much. Why? This race, what I did was very similar to the filters I'm used, except I added 500 million market cap minimum and also a 50 million share float minimum. So in adding those two filters, you're not going to get the huge percentage moves. However, if you're starting out, this might be a lot easier. It might be a little, well, it's not as volatile. I mean, nothing is easy, okay, but it's certainly less volatile. This is, when you're on the right side of one of these, it's awesome. But if you're on the wrong side, it's not so awesome. So I just want to forewarn you. But you can, of course, create your own races based on your parameters. Next thing is practice trading. This window here, and unfortunately, racing and this window that we call Brokerage Plus, not available if you're using the web-based version. Give me a moment, guys. I'm following internal discussions here. Where was I? Oh yeah, Brokerage Plus. Practice trading, guys. And even if you're a veteran trader, but maybe you've got some kind of a new scan that you're trying to test to see what would happen. Okay, you can practice. So I'm putting a link in called Brokerage Plus. When you click on that link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Now, I mentioned that Jamie should be in our YouTube room in about an hour, a little less than an hour. Jamie is a user of Brokerage Plus and he has an E-Trade account. So, if you want to ask him more detailed questions about using Brokerage Plus, he's definitely your man. Okay. And he'll be there in our YouTube room in about an hour. Again, before I take my break at 12, I'll put that YouTube link in the main room. The second video in that Brokerage Plus link, it goes into a lot more detail how you can use this. How I like to demonstrate its use, though, as I keep hammering the point home, is practice trading first before you commit money to the market. I cannot emphasize that more. Well, I guess I can emphasize it more. Before you commit money to the market, you've got to understand, what trading is all about. So all you need is our standard service and all you need is our standard service and you don't even need a broker. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, no problem, because it uses our real-time data. Now, what you'll see, if you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, you'll see this window. You may not have the same headers, but you'll see this window. I'll get to your question in 1 second, Jamie Lee, in the YouTube room. It should say not connected, okay? And right beside the ask, that box, it should say not connected. So all you do is click on sim for simulation. That not connected will change to account. Okay, now these are carryover trades that I was demonstrating yesterday. I wanted to show you how you can actually swing trade, practice swing trading. Let's get rid of those. Give me a moment. Okay, so now it says not connected again. So I just click on sim. It'll change to account. That not connected will change to account. And then when you click on account, the little box pops up, simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. I want to take this INM as an example. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. You just click on that quantity box and we have some defaults here or some predetermined ones. You can of course pick how many shares exactly you want. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you want to go, you can go and market if the spread's okay, or you can pick the price you want to get in at, click that buy button that sets it up and then send it. Okay, that's how you can practice trading. Now, you can use this buy button. Now, if the buy button, we had a question yesterday, this buy button should be, if you're using the latest version of Trade Ideas, this buy button should be clickable. It should be not grayed out. But let me just demonstrate how you can use it. So if I click on the buy button and see how my crosshairs, or it turns into crosshairs. So I could do one of two things. Well, three things, I guess. I could set it at a price below. If I thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking it if it pulls back to a certain price. Or I could, of course, set it above the current price if I thought, well, if it takes out that price, I want to know about it. Or of course, I could just drop it to the current price and take the trade immediately. Let's do this on a pullback. Okay, I'll just show you how that works. A lot of people like that aspect. So I set the crosshairs where I want. I left click to release. And again, all this is in the guide, guys. So there it is. A nice blue line shows up. So if INM comes back to 418, it's going to take the trade. Now, in this particular, what we've done is we've automatically created something so you don't have to know how to do this from scratch. What we've done is we said, okay, let's take 5,000 shares at the price and put the stop at the low of the day. Okay, I'm not saying this is a strategy as such. It's just a quick way to demonstrate how you can do it. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, and if you wanted to, use if you had an IB or E-Trade account, of course you could create your own type of strategy. Okay, but all we're really trying to do is just show you very quickly how you can click that buy button, drop the price anywhere. It's always going to put the stop at the low of the day. I can always move that stop up though if I don't like that, move it around. Okay, so let's see what happens. Let's see if INM does actually get back down to this level and see if it takes the trade. So practice trading, guys. Okay, please practice trading. If you take a trade and you don't get out of it at the end of the day, then it becomes, and that's how you can practice swing trading. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So Jamie asked the question, what are these black bars here on the bottom? Okay, so this is a new indicator that is still in test mode. I don't know what Michael said yesterday. I wasn't listening to the whole his whole hour between 12 and 1. I don't know what he actually said yesterday regarding it. He developed it, just to give you a very quick rundown. He developed it and he forgot all about it. He developed maybe 6 or 7 months ago, and it's called TI pattern recognition. Okay, but you don't have it. Okay, it's an indicator. You don't have it. And I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, I was doing something, right click, and I was looking at my indicators, and I wanted to make an adjustment to a current one I had, and I was scrolling down. I said, what the heck is this TI pattern recognition? So I loaded it, and I didn't know what it was about at all. So I asked Michael. He said, oh man, I forgot I even made this. And so he explained it to me that what this is, this is a histogram, obviously. What it's trying to do It takes the ratio of bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns. Okay. So a high bar here means that that ratio is in the bull's favor, and a low bar, if this all of a sudden dropped, would mean that the bears have taken over in terms of candlestick patterns. Don't ask me. I don't know if he told you what the candlestick patterns were. I mean, hanging man and all these different names. Okay, but that's what he did, and so I started using it a couple of weeks ago, and I found it sort of fascinating, and especially allowing me to keep in a trade. If I were already in a trade, and a lot of times, I can get jumpy just like the rest of you. I see something starting to move down, and should I get some out? But what I was noticing with the histogram, if the histogram bars were still tall, it was allowing me to give me a little more confidence to keep in the trade, okay, and not get so jumpy. And I found it very interesting. Yesterday, also, if you see the histogram bar is tall and the stock price is not doing anything, it could be a sign that maybe something's kind of percolating underneath that we could get a pop later on. This is not the be all and the end all. And Michael said yesterday, it's an indicator. I mean, we sort of internally are calling it the magic Mike, but it still has to be used in conjunction with other. In fact, this is a great example. ENVX yesterday. Take a look at ENVX, and you see the histogram was really high here, and it was starting to move up right there. It took out that 15. It looked awesome. Okay. Got up to 15.19. This is ENVX yesterday in the 15-minute chart. And then look what happened, this big red bar. Well, what happened was the SPY got killed right at the same time. All this news about the missiles, etc., hit the market. And so even though the histograms was sort of saying we'll keep in the trade, you've got to pay attention to other things. It's not the magic indicator. For instance, if the histogram was telling me, get into a trade in theory, but I saw the VWAP was just above, or the 200-day moving average was just above, or I saw a lot of resistance just above on a chart, I wouldn't take the trade. A moment. Just one moment, please. Guys, I'm back. All right, guys. Let's see. SPRB 119. So again, I wouldn't take the trade. I look left. I don't see enough room for this to move. It could move, but I just don't see enough room for it to move. Now, with the INM, guys, it's been choppy. Definitely been choppy. It almost got down to that price. Oh man, it must have been about a penny, a penny. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Look at this. I mean, I put the order in the simulator at 418, okay? And that candle is at the low was 419, so it didn't take the trade. Yeah, FGMT guys, this is super interesting still. I mean, this had the big upgrade from Goldman yesterday with I think a 62 or $65 price target. And here we go. 68, excuse me. Sorry, Goldman. $68 price target put on them. So let's see if it takes out 20. I'm going to stick an alert around 2019 and see if it runs from there. Krispy Kreme was an earnings play yesterday, guys. Yeah, pre-market earnings play. Not a bad day for it, but did not take all this out. But look at this. So you can kind of see, look at the high here. What's the high? 1454, 1454, 1460. Just looking at these highs, 1453, 1455. So it looks like 1461 is the next high looking left. Can you not see what could possibly happen? What's this high over here? That's the same high, 1461. The next high is that little spike high up to 1559. That's about $1 away. Actually, it's not a big float, 66 million in the float. Well, you never know with this one. What's the volume like? 303,000. Not fabulous, but 1.2 times normal. So, you might want to keep an eye on Donut as a second day continuation off earnings if it takes out that 1461 area. So instead of guessing, just set a price alert. I'll put it at 1466, okay, so that it clears it. And you see a blue line. So again, I minimize my price alert window. So if it does hit that, it's going to, my price alert window will pop up on my screen. Okay, so donut is set. See if it takes that out. Second day continuation off earnings, maybe. Here's another one, guys. November 14th pre-market. So a couple of days ago, earnings. And, not a bad day yesterday. Had a sell-off, like probably a lot of stocks, looking like this yesterday, and that sell-off that happened. But continuing here, IMMR. I mean, these are just, opportunities. It's the Position in near range, 78%. So as always, take a look at maybe a bigger time frame just to see where there could be some resistance. Well, I don't even have to. I didn't. Well, that is the weekly 200. Okay, not the daily 200 SMA. It looks like the next high on the weekly chart is 64. No, that's wrong. Around 779. Okay, doesn't mean it's getting there, but and I actually don't know how important the 200 SMA is on the weekly chart. I really don't know. Well, all of a sudden, some volume came into GSAT, guys. GSAT came into GSAT. This is okay. This is getting jumbled around again. Was an earnings play on the 3rd, so earlier this month. Okay, let me get GSAT up and running again because all of a sudden a lot of volume came in. Okay, a lot of volume came in on that previous 15-minute candle. Well over 2 million shares. So not quite, maybe half, maybe even more, maybe half the volume came in right here for GSAT. It is not a low float, 600. I mean, it's a huge float actually. But, I mean, if it took out 210, 209, 210, give me one moment. So if it took out that 210 level, then the next highs are around that 230 level. I mean, on a percentage basis, that wouldn't be bad. But something is causing this to pop up. How do I determine the next high? Just look at a daily chart, Marcel. Marcel, there's a question in our main room. How do I determine the next high? I just look left on a daily chart. That's why I have my daily chart up here. So, when I'm looking left for this GSAT, I position my dotted line, put my pointer at the high today, and then I can see on this day right there, the 7th, and I just hover over the candle and I can see that that's 210. And I see next to it is 209 as an example. So that's why I was saying if it can take out that high, then the next high, you just keep looking left, keep looking left. If you don't see anything on the daily chart, in other words, if this is the current price, and then on the daily chart, you're seeing everything is underneath it, then you have to go to a higher time frame. And that's why sometimes I'll go to a weekly chart. Oops. I go to a weekly chart, and then I can see a higher time frame. Okay, but basically that's why I always have a daily chart up and running. And you always hear me. You're probably new. Maybe if you're new to the room, welcome, because that is that's a phrase. Okay, guys, I'm in nothing now. I had to watch that para, and just wanted to let you know. Now this might bounce. This might have a good bounce in it. That was a nice little short, but as it was approaching that 18 mark, that was enough for me. But you'll hear me use the phrase look left all the time. That's what I did on the short for this one, for para. At one point, it was above. When I look left 2 days ago, the low was I'm sorry, 1845. Now the stock was sitting around 1850, 1860. So I said, well, let's put an alert there, price alert, a little bit underneath it, underneath that 1845, because if it takes that out, then look left. And this is on a short, okay? Then when you look left, look at all the room in theory it could have. 1633 was the next low. So that's why I was very willing to take that short once it got through that 1845. For me, it's all about having enough room to move before it hits that next high or low, depending what direction I want to take the trade. Give me a moment, please. Now, take a look at para. All right. So, what would prevent me from taking this right now on a bounce? I kind of like the fact that it's broken through a whole number and all, but look at the VWAP 1828, price is 1815. That VWAP could stall it. Now, if it takes out the VWAP, maybe I do get long as an example. This is why, you've got to, this is why there's no one magic indicator. You all have to be, you can examine them on their own, but then collectively, you might get an idea from one and then maybe get a confirmation, a bit of a confirmation from another and maybe another. And then after that, that another one, of course, is watching what the overall market is doing. If the overall market is starting to bounce, and this stock more or less trades with the market to a certain extent. It doesn't have news on its own. It's not an earnings play on its own. Its big news, of course, a couple of days ago was that Buffett took a position in it. Ooh, SNTG. But look at that. Too bad. That 200-day is, well, it's a little, it's 338 at 313. If you told me if I could take this trade right now at 313 and it would get to 338, of course I'd take it. Just don't know it's going to do that. A lot of traders will be looking at that 200-day moving average and thinking, that's a little bit close. Great if you were in, underneath this, on the 250, 260 level. Didn't see it. But look at the room it's got. If it can ever take out that 200-day, the next high looking left is 381, and then way up here at 6. And as always, when I say look at the room it's got, it doesn't mean it's going to get there. It's just that I like to see stocks that have room to move until it hits the next high in the daily chart. It's not that that's my goal, my target, or anything like that. It just means that I don't have to worry so much about chart resistance. Well, you know what? That INM may trigger again. I put that conditional buy order down here, 418. It almost touched it twice. This is not good looking good though, guys. I mean, this stock is starting to make lower highs. Okay, just look at that 15-minute chart, lower highs. So it's in a downward trend right now. Let's take a look now at, in a different way, change from the open. So if you're here in the pre-market with me in the room, about 15 minutes before the market opens, I look at the change from the close in the major sectors. So if you recall, XLE, about 10 minutes before the market opened, 100% of the stocks that make up XLE were down from yesterday's close. But what's happened now, not quite, but 50% of them now are above today's open. Remember that what the open is, that's their first trade of the day. Almost 50% of them, well, now only 33%. In tech, a little bit of a rally. So there's been a little bit of a rally in some of these. Retail, though, is getting whomped. I think it was down quite a bit in the when you looked at it, change from the close yesterday, and it is getting whomped here. And of course, Target leading the way. But this is good, you can have something like this. I mean, if you were more of a trader that don't necessarily care if a stock, well, I don't care if a stock has news or not. I'll always check to see if there is some news, but it doesn't have news, doesn't mean I won't take the trade. But a lot of these will have no news. They're just trading with the sector. So I mean, if you wanted to take an energy play, and it doesn't have to be one of these that make up XLE, probably a good idea to check to see, well, what is the energy sector doing? Are you on the right side or the wrong side of a trend? Especially if you're taking a stock that really has no news on its own. It's not an earnings play. You can't see any news. More than likely, it's going to follow its sector, more than likely. So, it's a good idea to understand what's going on in the overall market in the different sectors. I can give you guys this one if you want. And then, you can always, just shrink it right down if you want to have it up and running. You could just shrink it right down to give you those percentages. So if you want that one, I can give it to you. I think I've saved it. Sector status change from the open. I hope this is it. Yep. There we go. Okay, so that is it. So again, if you want that one, I'll share it. Okay, so that link I just put in there, that is a sector status change from the open. So TradeWinds, when you say does one person post all day, you mean does one person talk all day? I'm the only one who talks in the room. But if you're talking about posting, I mean, obviously we've got different people posting ideas. I'm not sure I understand the question exactly. Only yourself, real. Okay, now I'm gonna have to get out of the, I'm getting hung up here. Not do that. I'm gonna get out of the simulator. Sometimes that, for me on this development build I'm in, I may be hung up. Just give me a moment. The only reason I don't like to do a reboot of trade ideas and I lose my top 10 list because it starts from whenever I load trade ideas, which will now be 11:38 Eastern time instead of the 10:30 that I start. But I may not. Whoop. So I'm just going to give it a little bit longer. And again, I'm always on a development build, guys. This probably does not happen to you guys if you're using the build from the website. But because I'm sort of a guinea pig for all these development builds. I'm probably the biggest user of trade ideas in the company. Yeah, I might not have a. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna have to do an end task here. Yeah. Okay. Make sure before I do it. Okay. Even this is not kind of working. Maybe something's going on with my computer, but just give me a moment here. No. Okay. Again, not the end of the world. It's just that, now I lose my top 10 list. And let me just see if that took the trade. No, INM, I'm just looking here. INM, it's still just within a penny. I mean, I just picked the price at 418. Nothing magical about that, but well, maybe it did take the trade. Let me just see. To connect. Yeah, it took the trade. You see how it took the trade? So if you were watching before, I said, okay, let's take this trade, INM, on a pullback to 418. It took the trade. Now, if I want to get out of this trade right now, if I say, you know what, I know it took the trade, but I don't like it anymore, I can flatten it. Just, click the flatten button. That gets me out of a trade. I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position, or I could go into the box here, of course, pick how many shares I want to get out and the price. Now, it took 1,147 shares. Why? Because remember, this little buy button is set up to take 5,000 $5,000 worth at the price that you designate, and it puts a stop in at the low of the day. Of course, I can move that stop anywhere I want. Bo, I do appreciate that. Thank you. Again, this is in the simulator, okay? This is in the simulator. Now, one of the two of the columns I really like to have is the max P&L and the distance from the exit price, okay? And of course, the total P&L. So what this is telling me, the max P&L is telling me that if I got out when I was in this trade at the absolute top, now what would the top had been? A few pennies above that 419, I would have been up $17. Right now I'm down $29, okay? $30 in this trade, in the simulator. What you wouldn't want to see, for instance, if at one point, say your max P&L was up to $500, okay, in other words, you could have made 500 if you got out right at the top, and then you're looking at your total P&L, and you're only up, say, 100 or 50, or even worse, negative. It means you haven't been managing your exits very well. One thing to buy something, but you also have to be able to manage your exits. That's why you got to practice. The other thing I like is that distance from the exit price. When I get out of a trade, that's going to tell me, well, how far away from where you exited is the price. So of course, if you went long something, you'd like to see a big negative number. Okay, you want to see. So I get out of this. Let's say I get out of this trade right now at 420, right now, and then all of a sudden it drops to 380 and 360. You see that distance from the exit price would be a big negative number. You could say, "Wow, it was a good exit." Look where I got out, and look where it is now. Now, conversely, of course, if you get out and you get a big positive number, you could say, "Man, I left a lot on the table." So I like these two just to give me an idea, a bit of a gauge. How good are my exits? All right, guys, I just want to confirm it will be Jamie in our YouTube room. As I say, he's a big user of Brokerage Plus, and he trades Brokerage Plus with his E-Trade account. Okay, so if you have more detailed questions about Brokerage Plus, then you can ask Jamie. He'll be there in about, assuming it's him today, he'll be there in about 15 minutes in our YouTube room. What is Amazon doing? Yeah. I this is one I swore I was going to swing this one yesterday, and I took this one pre-market about 101 and, got up to 104, but I'm looking for a lot more, of course. News that they're going to be making all sorts of layoffs. I don't know if they've actually done that, but I thought, okay, look what happened to Meta when they made their big announcements about layoffs. So I thought, okay, well, something, why wouldn't that happen with Amazon? I don't know if they've made their announcements yet. Bottom line is, I couldn't do it. I couldn't hold it. So I got out kind of flat. Ah, okay. So, oh, that's right. Steve's going on vacation. So I'm wrong, guys. It'll be Steve in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 today. Jamie will be tomorrow. So Steve, I don't know if Steve's a big user of Brokerage Plus, but he is the originator of the trades of the week. I have no idea how the trade of the week is doing this week. In fact, I can't remember what it is. What is the trade of the week this week, guys? Nerd Wallet, that's right. So Nerd, was it NRDY? That's nerdy. So it was an N. What's the symbol? Oh, you know what? Start typing it in. Nerd Wallet. There we go. NRDS. Okay. Yeah. So I wonder if it actually. I think it did trigger. I think the trigger was what 1330 or something. So you could have. No, that was that. There's the Monday candle. Yeah. So I don't know if it's been stopped out. I know sometimes it's a 20 SMA on the daily chart. It's got to close below it. Sometimes it's a 10. Or this ESAB is really strong, guys. Amazing, $40 price, sorry, a $40 financing, and it is, it doesn't care. Price of $40 a share, and this is spearheaded by Goldman, so that's probably helping it somewhat. Kept thinking this would be a nice short as it maybe approached the 40 mark, but it's just very strong. ESAB, ESAB. Ah, yes, this one, Sport Radar, SRAD. Saw this one in the pre-market. Um, okay, there it is, right at the VWAP. VWAP is 1188. It's right at the VWAP. What did it get up to this morning? Got up to 1280. So, you know what? I'd set an alert, maybe just a little over 12, say 1207, and see if it takes that out. Need some volume. I mean, the volume has just dwindled. And because why? Well, got up to 1278 this morning. But when you look left, I mean, the next highs we're at 14 or so. So, if it gets rocking again, takes out 12, it could have a shot, certainly to take out today's high or get close to today's high. And then maybe, take a look. This could be one to watch tomorrow, a second day continuation off earnings. It could be one to watch tomorrow. Sun Power is still kind of strong, guys. SPWR. How's TAN doing? How's the ETF? Yeah, I've got to get out of the simulator. I'm going to flatten that trade. I'm going to flatten, get out of that INM. Okay, so out for a $114 loss in the simulator. Again, I was just demonstrating how you can take a trade on a pullback, set a price using the buy button. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Ital Trader, are you in the room? So you had a question about lowering the volume in the trading room, and I know there's got to be some kind of a well, that's it for me. Yeah, and this is a slider, and you're saying it's not working. Anybody else? Anybody else who have you used this? I've never used it before. Didn't even know it existed like this. Now, of course, you can always adjust, but I'm assuming you don't want to adjust your entire computer volume, just by going to your sound icon, yeah, okay. So anybody else able to use that circular way of lowering the volume in the trading room? So anybody else able to just want to see if this actually is working? Works for you. Okay, so it works for Dwayne. Doesn't seem to work for Spanky. This is a tough one then. I thought it works for Pepe. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, it works for some, doesn't work for others. I have no idea, what to say. This is not this is a third party right there. Yeah, I mean, I use Chrome. I use Chrome also. I don't know if it matters, the browser you're using. I really don't know. So as Pepe is saying, it could be a browser issue. And I use Chrome also. Well, I don't hear myself. I don't know how I, you know.
Hello.
I've got my sound, my noise canceling is on. Oh, Steve is going to take over very soon. Just give me a moment. It's
You can't
11:59. It's caught up to me. Just give me a
you can't
moment.
hear me?
See if he's there. Yeah, he's there. Just a minute, Steve.
Yeah.
Steve, I see you're there. I had the site muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Too many things going on right now with different platforms and mutes
Oh
and
yeah, and
sounds.
somebody's trying to find out why they can't mute the room using the sound icon in the room. So anyway, my friend, let me
Yes.
just get my music stopped so I can hear you also. And just give me one moment as I put the announcement in the other room.
Hmm.
Hey guys, I'm on a break back around 1 p.m. ET. And that's in the main room. So I'm putting you guys on mute. All right. So, hi, Steve. How are you? I know you can't
Hello,
wait for
Barry.
today to be over.
I can't wait. Get on a
Can't
plane
wait.
and go fly south.
Yeah,
Gonna be a fun week off. Looking forward
I'll
to it.
bet. How you feeling?
Better. Getting there. It was a long one.
Okay.
This one
Long
took a
one.
lot out of me. And the worst thing, like I said, was going to play golf with the guys on Sunday. Didn't want to miss out. I had FOMO, and that just set me back another few
Hmm.
days. So I've been hearing a lot of stories of a lot of people getting sick traveling. So fingers crossed it doesn't happen
Oh
again.
yeah. Well, for sure. I mean, I know you're probably not a mask guy, but I don't know.
I'm probably going to have a little Purell working in my hands as I go through the
Yeah, for
airport. But
sure.
I'm traveling with my wife and two adult daughters. So four of us are
Yeah.
having a nice adult family getaway.
Well, hopefully you don't have to sleep for 7 days.
Sleep for 7 days? No.
Well, you can't get out of you. I saw that couch that you were, or one of the couches, the outdoor couches. You know, you're so sick that you just had that's it.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be
Yeah,
nice. It's going to be
that's
perfect
good.
down there. Good weather. Looking forward to it.
All right.
All
Well, I'll
right.
let you go.
Have
And
a
now, are
good.
you good to one, or do you have to leave early?
I don't have to leave early. No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
All right. See you.
You bet.
All right, guys, girls, traders. How's it going? Filling in for Wednesday. Filling in for for Jamie. NRDS. I'm still in it. I don't like it. I don't like that it did that. But I'm essentially. This is the point at which this is my drop dead point now. So I'm going to go ahead and put a stop in here. I'm just gonna just have that be my stop down there below this low. And if this thing hopefully closes, back up, a lot of stocks have been doing this lately. They've not been making it easy. But point being is that we can have a nice long tail off of this, right off that 20-day. And if we could get back in the ball game up here somewhere, I'll be okay with it. But this has just been the story for a lot of stocks. They break their flags, they come down, they wash out the stops, and then they try and pop back up. And I say that because this is our third candle here above the declining intraday momentum. So, if this thing had rolled back over and closed down here, I'd be out of it by the end of the day. But as a swing trader, it has served me well to try and ignore the morning jam downs, the morning pushes. And if anything, if you're a good trader, use those to your advantage. Those morning jam downs to the 10 SMA, and there's other scans like that I have and that can be made. But when I'm swing trading it and I'm already coming in long, I'm not going to punch out of these things in this first candle. This first candle is usually the sucker candle, which washes out all the stops. Really hate to see it make a secondary low, but then when I looked over on the daily, it pretty much resigned myself to the fact that I gotta have to let it test this 12 and this 20-day moving average. So another tricky one to manage. I'm still in it. But as you heard, I'm going on vacation. I'm going to set stops and whatever I do have, and I can manage on my phone if I need to, but I will definitely be setting a hard stop below today's low and see if I can let this thing work if the worst of it is out of the way. But yeah, Derek, that's my thoughts on the nerds acting up. A lot of things acting up. I noticed this MindMed was coming alive. This has been just a horrible, horrible chart forever, but now all of a sudden it's trying to do something. But again, I'm in vacation mode. I'm not taking any new positions today. I'm just managing what I have. And that's that. So whatever you guys want to talk about, I'm here, available. Talk about trading. We can look at charts. You can do whatever you want while we give Barry a good break. Definitely volume coming into this MindMed. I don't think they had any news. Okay, so they got some buy ratings from some brokers today. That definitely is helping. Interesting. Let's take a look at our major averages here. A minute ago, we were kind of bounce. You know, look at this S&P high-low. It's just a lot of red in there currently. Let's see if the S&Ps look like they want to roll back over. Yeah, they kind of do. A lot of space here on the daily between the key moving averages and this pretty big pop we had, short covering pop, I'll call it. So I'm not going to be surprised to maybe see some consolidation down here, lower than where we are right now. Patrick, yes, whatever you want to look at. So Michael Burry, you may know him from The Big Short. He tweeted yesterday something along the lines of the case for gold and silver just got stronger as crypto contagion creeps in. I'm paraphrasing. And he's right. And Michael Burry's been known to be right very early. And I've been pounding the table for silver and gold for months now, and nothing really seems to work. But I'll tell you, things could be changing. I'm not going to look at SLV because that's junk. That's garbage. Don't look at it. It's paper. PSLV, however, is a physical fund that doesn't mind being audited and can vouch for it. So you can own physical with the premium of the storage built into it using PSLV, the Sprott Physical Silver Fund. I'm reading more articles on the COMEX vaults being drained. I'm reading more articles on big chunks of physical being ordered, big people taking big delivery on physical. We could be very, very close to something very interesting in precious metals. Again, keep your eye on the dollar. Now, this is, you know, for precious metals, this is good. This dollar gave up its healthiness on the 50-day moving average, right? Little island reversal up there. I remember calling that out. Those are very bearish when you see those. And now we just collapsed under all key moving averages. And now the price of the UUP basket of dollars versus a basket of other currencies has kind of broken that strong parabolic trend we were in. So I see 28 down here as definitely a target for the UUP, as we will call it, horizontal line. I think without a doubt that's in play. And of course, if that does happen, precious metals are going to pop on that price action as well. So, I mean, whatever you want to look at, Patrick, I'm game. You know, the GLD is also paper. I've always been more focused on silver because the silver to gold ratio is extremely stretched, meaning silver would have a lot of ground to catch up to with its historic normal silver to gold price ratio. Don't ask me what the numbers are. I can't remember, but we are historically spread here with silver really kind of outperforming or underperforming gold in the bigger picture. However, lately, we'll just look at SLV there versus GLD. You know, pretty good pop in gold, but it's still under its 200-day, whereas the SLV, again, I'll go ahead and use that, actually hit its 200-day, broke through, and is now consolidating. I'm kind of in the camp that I'm going to think that this moving average is going to hold here, and we're going to have ourselves a nice little pretty flag in silver, the commodity itself, going forward. But something can drop, something can happen at any moment, and these things can really come alive. As far as mining stocks go, AG was an interesting one that Andy kind of liked. Got its 200, gave it back, but now it's probably an entry right here. If you're wondering, should I buy some exposure to a silver miner? Well, you've got a pretty good pullback right to the 10 SMA right there. I don't need any more silver. I've got that. I am in HYMC, which is a derivative of AMC. The guy has the same thesis I do, and they invested pretty big in a silver mine in Nevada. So if you like stocks under $1, same kind of price action. I've got 5,000 shares of this just kind of sitting and working and watching, and not bugging me at all. I'm just kind of waiting for this moving average to catch up. And I think that this HYMC, it's got that AMC meme pump behind it, under $1 could be interesting. UNAG, yeah, it's probably a solid bet. Oh my God, I tried pause last week. Just got destroyed with the volatility they had in this thing. First, it was acquiring a company, then it had earnings. God, Steve Spell. Oh, shoot. I think I froze here. Let me try this. And I'll type PAAS. I got really whipsawed around in this thing. Look at that. It still looks like crap. I don't know what its deal is. So AG is definitely a solid candidate there for silver mining stocks. CDE is another Idaho mining company, but AG probably looks the best of them. I'm not too focused on gold. I really am a silver bug, or whatever you want to call it, because I feel that long term. Let's go ahead and look at long term here. Monthly gold. Gold holding its monthly 50-day. It was pretty strong back here at the beginning of the year. I'm sorry, this is a monthly. It was way back during COVID. So right there in the middle of COVID, it shot up and then pulled back and tried again, kind of a double top there in gold. I'll use SLV just for comparison. Look at that. So SLV is still kind of bringing up the rear. It never really got that double high as the gold did. So relatively speaking, we can draw kind of a monthly trend right there going back to 2016 on gold. Can we say the same thing for silver? No, we cannot. So there is right there, that superimposed line that I left. There's your evidence that silver has some catch up to do to gold in terms of the technical price action. There's been a lot of manipulation, methinks, in these last couple of years here, holding the price down. Some people think that they're using SLV paper and shorting it to try and keep the inflation and keep the dollar in check, hidden, not getting people upset about possible inflation. That's total conspiracy theory. Who knows why? But for whatever reason, the silver has been held down when gold has not. So I'm choosing that camp. But I like them. I love them both, of course, for many reasons. And inflation continues to be unchecked. One of these days, people are going to wake up and just say, what am I doing here? Maybe I should be moving some of this stuff out of equities or cash. I mean, I don't like having a lot of cash sitting in my my account, so got storage on some physical. And there's many different ways to do it. You can do it yourself. You can have it at a bank. You can have it at a vault. You can have it at a trust. PSLV is one that I'm loaded up in my 401k because I trust them. I know that silver is accountable, and I'm a piece of it. So if you want to play the commodity itself, I recommend staying away from SLV, because at some point I think there's going to be a disconnect between, hey, this SLV is paper junk that the banks just keep shorting out of thin air, while PSLV has the audits behind them and the proof in the vault to show. So they look the same now, but I'm going to predict that there's going to be a decoupling between SLV and PSLV at some point. Yeah, when the thing, I think you're right, Patrick. The silver usually runs faster than gold when in bull or bear trends, but I think in bull trends faster because there's fear of FOMO, and they've called silver the poor man's gold. It's easier to get your hands on smaller denominations of silver. It's the retail precious metal trade, and we all know watching the market in 2020, the retail they get pretty FOMOed out sometimes, and they start bidding things up. FSM, how does that one look? I don't trust the miners because the miners are still equity. They're still stock. They're still boardrooms and bullshit that can go on. Sorry, but FSM looks good. Just get ready for a possible consolidation here. But that one looks pretty darn good, actually. Fortuna. Technically speaking, it looks better than a lot of the other silver miners because it's above all of its moving averages. That's not bad. Oh yeah, you got raked over the coals and paws too. Yeah, that was just brutal. I didn't understand that action at all. All right, just catching up on some back channel stuff here. All right, let's see what's going on in some of my holdings. Yeah, I'm in rum. They're just really playing with this thing hard. I'm not selling. This is just kind of a investment. I'm going to let it play out, which I normally don't do, but I'm going to do it. Yep, looking forward to Cabo. It's our favorite timeshare down there. We always just bounce around and rent a different unit from somebody down there on a peer-to-peer transaction. Pretty good deal, and the place is just fantastic. It's not corporate. It was family built, family owned, and now it's shareholder owned by all the timeshare holders. Pretty cool place. If you know down there, it's about 300 yards east of the office. You got the office, and you got this pink monstrosity, and then you've got Club Cascadas, which is all circular architecture, not a single hard angle, not a single right edge. Everything's soft and white, and really cool. It's a great escape. Haven't been down there for 4 years, so looking forward to it. What else is giving me problem? What's Nerds doing? You nerds. Okay, as long as Nerds is in the zone here intraday, again, if you missed it, I sat through that and that. Now we've established my stop will be below here. But as long as the price action stays nice and healthy above this moving average here intraday, I'm going to feel good about it. And we could get a close back up around the entry of 13. With a nice long tail on the daily chart, that always helps. See that big long tail right there? Those are the kind of things you look back on and go, gosh, why did I sell that morning jam down? Because the morning jam downs very often can turn into bounces, just like this on a single stock basis. Now, if the market was just puking, that's a whole different story. But it's not. It's just kind of hanging out. So that's a stock specific algo driven shakeout over there in Nerds. But again, I will not leave town without putting in a stop down here. Probably just put it at 11.99 just in case they want to test 12 again. But that'll be it. And I'll just take my lump and move on. Really, HYMC is the only thing working for me today. A little silver stock. Here's that GDX in general. Really, really noticeable move off of those lows with big volume. So I'm kind of expecting the gold miners really to just kind of hang out here and consolidate and wait for some catalyst. And then this moving average might start forcing the issue. But, I've been talking about this for a while. It's been a long year for people who were, are bullish precious metals. The price action just never really confirmed all year what we think is coming. But slowly starting to look like it's going to make another attempt to do so. Let's take a look, Derek, at Sava. Things going on here. You're okay on the daily. Really was a nasty pullback off that daily. Let's see how it closes. But then when we shift to the intraday here, it's just standing out very obviously that 130 level I talk about acted as resistance. You didn't want to see that. This needs to be reclaimed pretty darn quick. And then if it can do that, then it'll show a little bounce off the 50-day. But the daily had a nice move forward. It's given a lot more back than I would have liked to have seen. But when we shift to the intraday, this has got to be taken out. And it's a bit concerning that the sellers pounded it right there at that line. So they're telling you, and this is how I use this line, you guys. It's just very simple. The 10 SMA is my momentum line. Let's look back on Sava here during momentum. Held. Signal candle, right? So when I'm looking to take a profit and trying to stay in something, if this had been me, my rule is to wait for the first closing candle below the 10 SMA, and that tells me that momentum has died. So in that case, momentum died right there. And if you use that as your exit to take profits on that exit, you saved yourself a lot of headache. So, ever since then, the momentum has been broken. It tried again right here. If you can see that, it tried, but then signal candle said, no can do. We're not interested in holding momentum there. So again, that line, that's the first line that I use. It tells me what momentum is doing. The second line, as I mentioned, is a 5-day moving average. This is a 130 period. Now, all I use it for is a level of interest, an area of interest. It shows up a lot of times where you have to expect that when we were back here, we're like, okay, great. Hopefully we bounce. We need to retake this 5-day moving average and move higher to make me start feeling better. But the opposite occurred. The sellers jumped in there and they used that as their level of interest. So this line doesn't really tell you to do anything. It just tells you, hey, be careful. This is where support or resistance could easily come in intraday. Now, we're very early in the day here, still a midday lunch period. There's nothing wrong with thinking that this thing can just, maybe try and retest that low as it's doing right there and then blast back up. But that's your order of the day. You need to get back here above 38 to have a healthy candle on the daily chart with a bit of a bottoming tail to show you, okay, that might have been the worst of it. That was a lot of momentum give back there, but that's how I use those two moving averages. The 10 SMA is my momentum line, and my 5-day moving average is more of an area of interest. I hope that helped. AGQ, by the way, is a pro share of silver, meaning it's going to move double. Let's see, AGQ is down 1.4. SPY should be down 0.7, and it is. I'm sorry, SLV should be down 0.7. A bit more. What's PSLV down? A bit more. But anyway, AGQ is a super hyperbolic ETF. When it's going in the right direction for you, you can use that. Looks like IWM is really the worst of them today. The index is down 1.7%. Oh, and look at this. Here's another fine example of our area of interest. Kind of tried to find support there, and then all of a sudden that turned into resistance. Now this 5-day average has become resistance on the IWM chart. Sellers are definitely making themselves their presence known right there. All right. Anybody want to look at any other charts? What do we got? 20 minutes. We still got 40 minutes. Let's look at some of these races and see if we can draw any conclusions off some of these moving averages. Interesting. That was a horrible reversal on that one. All right, here's a good example of, never heard of this stock, but a good example of telling us that momentum is still in play. Not a closing candle below, not a closing candle below. The current candle is above our momentum line. So this is really one of the easiest, simplest methods to manage winning positions. You hate to get out on these pullbacks, and if anything, if you're trying to get in, you use these pullbacks to try and get in. And then if you're wrong, it's an easy out. But the hardest thing, as you guys know, I'm sure, is staying in a winning trade and trying not to kick yourself for getting out too soon. And that's what this method does. It just guarantees that I'm not going to be kicking myself for getting out too soon. If I just make a simple black and white rule, did the candle on a 15-minute close below the momentum line? And if it did, then I'm going to get out and take my profit at that point. It's a profit-taking method. And as I said, it can also be a pullback bid buy method. But this thing's ran 2 days pretty strong. I prefer these types of setups earlier in the morning when it's got some more potential. I mean, let's face it, we're all seeing it. After lunch is over with an hour to go or 2 hours to go, people start taking their profits. And what was once hot in the morning has really cooled off. So this was something in that I took a scratch on. Basically, I think I made a couple $100. It was on my short squeeze scanner, big 36% short the float, but it got ahead of itself. And then I took profits yesterday, somewhere midday, not much to work with really. But now that we pull this up again and look at it, look what's happening. This is what I call kind of the pinch play. And this really kind of confirms why I like to use these two moving averages. Okay, here's the momentum moving average coming down on price, and now it's starting to force price lower. But look at where it forced the price lower, through the 5-day moving average. So you can see the buyers were actually trying to defend the 5-day moving average, but this pinch play is kind of coming into play here. And for the moment, this red candle is under pressure. So we'll see how that resolves. But that's looking like it wants to pull this thing back on the daily chart down here to 7. So there's no reason for me to stick around. I tried to get a chunk out of that and got a little bit, but now that I look at it, I'm glad I'm out. It's trying to give some back. Hey, Peter, closing candle below 10 SMA. I look at the chart for 5 minutes. You're a day trader. I have just found, Peter, that correlation at which I'm speaking of right now, this 10 SMA, it just works best on a 15-minute chart, period. But there's nothing wrong with you having a 5-minute, a 15, and a daily. So you can kind of check off 3 different perspectives of time perspective. And when you do that, when all 3 time perspectives line up, that gives you the confidence, to pull the trigger sometimes on what you want to do. But if I had to pick between a 5-minute and a 15-minute using what I'm talking about here, it would be the 15-minute every single time, especially since I can put 130 into here. Remember, what I did was, Peter, I added a SMA indicator, SMA, there it is, and I changed it. There's my 10 SMA, there's my momentum, and there's the 130. That's that dark blue line. So those 2 time frames, or those 2 indicators on a 15-minute time frame, they give me a lot of good looks. Like right here, right now, I would not want to be long in this thing. It's breaking down and getting pinched and forced by that momentum 10 SMA. So anyway, that was on the that was not on the races. That was something else. All right, so that one was holding. We looked at that a second ago on the momentum line. All right, so this one broke, XGNF. Surprise, surprise. 2 days. Day 1, day 2 is a half a day. Sometimes these runners, they give you a day and a half and then they're just done. And as you can see right there, that signal candle has not gotten back above in the last hour. So this thing's probably going to chop around for a while, but it's had a beautiful 1.5 day run. It's my contention that, you look at yesterday's candle closing near highs, you're almost certain to get some follow through the next day, but that is often short lived. By the middle of the day, if it's still going higher, I'd be getting nervous, because day and a half is when people really start to feel nervous about taking profits. How do I add the 5-day moving average line? Real simple, Derek. Obviously, I could give you my chart, but it's more fun to learn how to do it. So you just right click on a 15-minute chart and go to indicators. And you're going to add an SMA, a simple moving average. And from there, just go ahead and give it a color you want. And you're going to put 130 candles in there like so. And that will give you a smoothed out 5-day moving average, basically, on the 15-minute chart. So that's really another reason, Peter, why I like the 15-minute chart, is because I can draw that line on there as well. Let's see what else is going on here. INM, look at that. Should have found support and held, but it didn't. Now it's spent the last 3 candles under the momentum line. I would be hard pressed to think this thing can regain momentum. Well, that one's pretty obvious. It's an ugly looking chart to begin with. I don't know what's going on over there. All right, ESAB trending nicely on the daily. Sideways action. Here came the 10 SMA and forced the price action higher. But now we're going to test it probably again here soon, midday. Again, using that momentum line works best in the first 3-4 hours of the day. The remaining 2.5 hours start to get suspect, as there's a lot of day trading out there. A lot of people taking profits and not taking risk home overnight. Notice that went gray on me. Time frame, live always. Here we go. Rumble's trying to fight back, but again, I don't care. I'm not trading this. This is just a 401k sitter, just a placeholder, along with some cash and some PSLV. And that's also not going to be sold. I'm going to hang on to that. But the only thing that's really threatening would be these nerds. I will make that decision at the end of the day. The longer the tail, the better. That's what I'm really looking for by the end of the day, a long bottoming tail. If this thing wants to roll back over and break its intraday momentum and close at the low end of this range, I'm just going to sell it at the close. That's my thought on that one. And also the last thing I have is this little simple penny stock, HYMC silver. No reason to be concerned, really. Nice movement higher, higher lows. This moving average is coming up to meet, so I would be foolish to try and sell this here for some sort of profit. I want to let it test that moving average and see if we can move higher into the 90-cent, $1 range. Of course, if we have a big day with precious metals, that'll certainly help across the board. Some of the same names on here. Let's see what's going on now. Peggy. Peggy held its moving average twice this morning. Went high, held. True. See, I'd look at this one and I'd be a little scared about that 200-day moving average at the end of the day. See how the 200 held way back here? Yeah, we're above it for the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the sellers really try and defend that level. It's this one coming through. Late day popper coming off earnings. Never seen this chart before. Oh, now it's playing games with me. Can't zoom in or zoom out. What the heck is going on? I can zoom that chart, but I can't zoom this one. Okay, let's try the old reset connection. Click that once, click into another stock off of there we go. That usually is the way to go. Oh, hey, look at where Teague Tractor Supply found some support the other day. Boom, 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 right off the 5-day. Came back, spiked down on the open, tried to run stops back above the 5-day. Tractor Supply is looking pretty strong there. But I love to just give you guys examples when I see something on my 15-minute chart as to why I like to use those time frames. Rumble is trying to recapture its intraday momentum moving average. See how that resolves. Nerds better hold its sideways, still holding that one. But again, if this thing creeps down and closes below 1250, I'm probably going to sell it at the close and just call that one a loss. All right, Asia NVGS. All right, we got earnings post-market. So we came off earnings yesterday, big sell-off in the morning. Looks like the AI bought it. And so for the moment, it's holding. And it's kind of unusual for stocks if they gap down and trade lower off of earnings for them to really recover quickly. So this one's bucking the trend. It's also got something the AI liked on it. A pretty good entry there on the AI. But what it does have going for it is, yeah, it busted back through right there. So if you were short this thing, this would be your signal candle, the first candle to close above the declining momentum to get you out of a short. But if you're long, yeah, that's what you want to see. Yeah, if you could get this thing to close back above that 200-day, that would be very nice. And you got a shot at it. We'll call it 85, 84, 86, something like that. Jeez. Very crazy action out there. The stock was so strong on the open, and then it just absolutely crushed people on a reversal. I'll tell you, these small cap stocks have been a lot harder to play lately. I think Andy even made a comment to me that he's just going to start maybe trading some of the bigger cap names, for the liquidity, the Apples and the Teslas and the Amazons. He likes Meta too. I think he's in some Meta long term. But as I mentioned in my webinar yesterday, as it turned out, it was nothing more than a giant, ridiculous false flag. Ukraine trying to start World War III. And when those headlines hit, the market fell out of bed. So what I'm saying is it's crazy out there right now in geopolitics land, and any type of headline can come through at any time and kick the market around quickly, because that's just the way it is. The news reading algos take over, the other algos back away. You have a illiquidity event. But I'm saying just don't be highly leveraged with 20 positions out there right now. It's too much risk, I feel still. Hang on a second, guys. Here. Okay. All right. Questions chat box is open. Any comments, any direction you want to talk about? Just catching up on some stuff there. What's going on in the general picture? Okay, S&Ps are holding up. And what's bringing up the rear is, look at that, we got some sideways action here, bringing up the rear with this 5-day moving average coming into play here. So, you know, there's, if you're short, you got to watch that. What do the cues look like? All right, their 5-day moving average is also coming up underneath. So, you know, honestly, this is some pretty constructive action here. The way these moving averages are all starting to converge right down here. I think there's going to be some pretty solid support, you know, at the 280 level on those S&Ps. All right, guys. Well, whatever you want to talk about, MindMed moving higher on analyst ratings. If I really wanted in this stock, I'd be buying right here on this moving average, but I'm taking off for a week and I don't want any new positions. So I'm not going to touch that. Crocs. I haven't seen that name in a while. Apparently, people are buying Crocs. Not me. I don't think I missed any questions, so let's take a look at some of these short floats. This Weber, talk about these small cap things just trading absolutely crazy. That just doesn't look right. Here's the blue short that I was in. Oh, it's still below that 5-day moving average there. What I'm doing here is I'm clicking through, seeing if any charts in this scan look strong for a possible short squeeze. Rocket Mortgage, I'm staying away from mortgages. So car, huh? Avis. As you can see, I've got an alert that triggered. I'm going to refresh that one right there. But apparently, still a pretty big short float in Avis car rentals. So maybe something to keep an eye on. You look at this nice wedge forming here on the daily. Could be interesting. That could be an interesting play if you're into the higher price stocks. VTNR, another energy stock that's just really hard to play. A lot of things that went up 3 days came back 3 days. Yeah, I think the most interesting thing to me up there looks like that Avis car rental. Nice tight consolidation. And if that is in fact 33% short, 47 million, then those shorts are starting to get a little nervous. How's your NVGS doing? It's hanging in there. I've got something just killing my computer right now. Google Chrome's killing it. But I can't shut that off because I'm streaming through that, so it is what it is. I just have to put up with the redlining fan. Saw what we looked at earlier. So maybe it came down, and this is the kind of thing that algorithms do, guys. Find that low. See if you can shake out anybody who wants to use that low as their stop. One last secondary test. And when it doesn't last very long down there, you can give yourself a good reason to think that maybe it's a bit oversold and it's going to make a push back above this 5-day here before the end of the day. So that's what you're hoping for over there. Freeze up again. That's what happens when I get too much stuff running at once. So here's this S&P 500 ticker. You can see it's full of a lot of green right now, which is usually kind of a heartbeat for we look over and see a couple green candles. So the buyers are stepping back in here for the moment. All right, Barry, I'll be back in 15. What do you guys want to talk about?
Well, I'm going to give you a little bonus, Steve.
Yeah, all right. Give me a bonus.
Now, I'll give you a bonus so you can take off a little bit early, sort of like those, when people get on vacation and usually get Friday afternoons off, things like that, in the old days anyway. But listen, I heard you talking about your fan, and I'm having exactly the same issue. But I think it's Trade Ideas.
I think it
Because
might
when
be
I
too.
shut down Trade Ideas, my computer goes back to a whisper.
Yeah.
And it starts in the morning, no problem. But as the day progresses, I know exactly what you're talking about. And it's driving me crazy.
Me too. It's driving me nuts. I can't stand listening to the fan just redlining down there.
Oh, yeah. Now I've got music, that's the only thing that saves me. I got music piped in. So it kind of masks that noise. But I think that never used to happen. I would say it started, I don't know, a month ago, a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago for me.
For me, it started
hard for me to really remember.
Yeah, it started much longer than that for me. I think I've got a couple races down here that I'm not even using. I should probably clean some of those out.
I tried. I tried to get just like 2 races, a single stock window, and 2 charts, and it didn't matter. I tried to see. I think it's something to do with Trade Ideas. I really do, because when I shut off Trade Ideas, everything goes back to normal. I hear what you're talking about with Chrome. I suppose there's maybe an idea to use another browser.
I use 2 browsers.
You can't do it
already.
right now.
No, but I always use 2. Chrome is my default, but I use Opera also for the other most used things. So
did it matter?
Ad blocker. No, it doesn't matter. Sometimes I'll shut one off if I don't need it, but
did it matter in terms of your fan?
No.
So no, I think it's Trade Ideas.
There's
Really
something else
do.
here too. It's weird. Let's see if I can find it. There's some weird Windows process that like is taking up a bunch of resources. Where is it? Where are you?
Sorry, guys. I know we sort of hijacked the YouTube room a little bit, but when Steve was talking, I was saying, hey, well, that's exactly.
There it is. This thing, this Microsoft Windows Search Index. Sometimes
Mhm.
it's using huge resources. So I end that task, and then I'll hear the fan quiet down for a little bit, and then this thing pops right back up again and starts. I talked to Bill about it, and he didn't really know what to do. See, my fan's quieting down now. I have no
Hmm.
idea what that indexing window is indexing, but it's taking up a lot of resources a lot, and then it just
So what's it called again? I'm trying to
Windows
Microsoft what?
index, Microsoft Windows indexing.
Okay, indexing. Okay, but then it pops right back
Yeah,
in.
and
Doesn't make
then
you
it
do
pops
anything.
right back in. So I mean,
Yeah.
I just get tired of closing it. Um,
Hmm. Okay.
Microsoft.
Maybe there's a way. Maybe I'll do a search in a
Yeah,
forum
like
or
there it is.
something.
Like there it is. 15%, 16% now, and I just ended that task. Microsoft Windows Search Index.
Hmm.
I end that task. It goes away, and then it comes back. It's driving me nuts. But I don't care. I'm going to Cabo, Barry.
Well, I'm gonna keep pinging you until you answer.
Don't worry, I'll be spying on some stuff. I can't help
Right.
it. This
I
ST
know.
though, before I go, this ST is also supposedly has a pretty big short float. It's an energy company, oil and gas, and that's a pretty strong chart there. Maybe not one to lose sight of, but it probably chops around here between 16 and 1750. But it doesn't matter because I'm not looking for any new positions. I'm just managing what I got, getting out of town.
And you can start right now.
Okay, Greg,
You
might
want?
have a help for me though. Indexing is indexing your files for when you open your file explorer and search for files. Yeah, 16% for Patrick too. Some of your files to an external
And
drive. Huh.
Patrick, is your fan going crazy also?
Yeah, it is. Well,
No, no, I'm
talking to
talking to
Patrick,
Patrick.
yeah.
It's not all about you, Steve.
I know. Trade ideas and Windows search. And I'll have to look that up when I get back. Anything I can
Yeah.
do to lay off those resources, like Asia says, maybe have to move some of my files to an external drive. But
Hmm.
sure isn't helping when I look down and see 16% on some Windows application. Trying to
Hmm.
trying to stream on StreamYard and run trade ideas and two different browsers with 30 tabs open.
Well, I have no tabs open. I mean, other than the bare minimum, with StreamYard and the YouTube link, and that's it. But I tell you, when I shut off Trade Idea, when I just exit Trade Ideas, it goes back to normal.
Yeah.
So there must be something to do with Trade Ideas, and maybe every time you click on a symbol, it goes into this index file. It's doing a search. I mean, maybe something to do with that. I don't know.
Yeah. All these new things we're coming up with too here probably aren't helping.
Hmm.
But remember, guys, you have the resources monitor over here on your toolbar. You can click that. As long as you got some green in there, you should be good to go. It's telling me I've got more than 10 minimized windows. That's approaching the yellow status. But if anything in here is red or yellow for you, you need to start trimming down or making sure you don't have duplicate windows and
Yeah,
maximizing the efficiency of this. All right, Barry, I'm going to take you up on the offer now.
yeah. Have a great time, Steve.
I shall see you after Thanksgiving.
You bet. Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms a little early. I let Steve off early. He's off to Cabo now. So back in, and I saw your question, Unicorn Core. There's no hard and fast rule. You asked about why is it more than 5 minutes or even 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, typically these halts, I mean, you're talking about the GLBL. Typically the halts are 5 minutes, uh, but usually then there are multiple of 10 or 5. I see the first halt was 10 minutes, but I do see the second halt was maybe 13 minutes. There's no hard and fast rule. I see the next one was 5 minutes. All right, guys. Okay, go to details, set priority to low. Task manager. Keep an eye, as Asia said, yeah, keep an eye on this FDMT, guys. Now it's over 20 again. It pop up to 25. So I'm just going to go to the task manager. I want to see if this works because I have to kind of do it while I'm doing all this stuff. Okay, so what you're saying, go to details. Give me a moment. Okay, details. Set priority to low. Where do I do that? Yeah, but what process, Greg? See, this is what I got. Maybe you can see my screen. So what am I supposed to do here? I'm in the details. Just give me a moment here, guys. Somebody's trying to help maybe with this issue with my fan going crazy all the time. I'm not sure what to do here. I'm in the details. Do appreciate this. Right click for a pop-up menu, but no, you don't mean that. If somebody can help me, I'll be so happy. Um, no, good for you, Jonathan. Yeah, see, I don't know where to set the priority for low. No, I know I can end any task. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is my fan goes crazy as the day progresses. That's all I can say. And it's really trade ideas, it seems. Somebody was talking about a MS Windows indexing, and it's possible that every time I click on an alert, it goes into this indexing file or something. Oh, okay, well, I know how to do that, Greg. But yeah, I mean, I can tell you right off the bat what is, you know, Chrome is using up a lot, and there's TI at 11, and but Chrome is a hog here. But again, if I shut down trade ideas, my computer goes back, to normal. Problem is, I don't know what the unnecessary ones are. I don't want to do something crazy and then I don't have a computer. Yeah, no, I've got that. Yeah, Greg, you can see right there. I mean, Chrome is a hog. Trade ideas goes from 11 to 20, sometimes 16. Yeah. Yeah, I've got these icons. I do get that. Meanwhile, guys, I'm kind of watching this ENVX. Okay, right click on Chrome. Okay, now what? Oh, you want me to go to details again? Okay. Sorry, guys. Just bear with me. Where's the details? Okay, so there are the details. Well, I'm in details now. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, just give me a moment, okay? I'm got all the Chrome here. Set priority. Oh, okay, I see. I see. I see. Well, how do I know which Chrome to pick? This is beyond me, guys, you know. I mean, this is sort of beyond me, but anybody can, maybe the biggest one? Yeah, there are a couple of big ones here. So I do see this end process tree. I don't want to screw everything up. But I only have, and again, guys, I do apologize, but this has been, this is it. I mean, this is it. These are the only tabs I've got. I got my Sirius, I've got StreamYard, and this is they're the only tabs I've got open, you know, in Chrome. That's it. Yeah, I'll play with it later. Thanks, guys. Thanks for trying to help. Okay, let's get back to our regularly scheduled programming. Holy smokes. Wow, 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 guys. When did that happen? I missed this one. Look at this one. Look at this alert for DLO to short it at 870. Now, granted, it did pop back up to 19, but look at it now. DLO. Holy smokes, what happened here? Muddy Waters block. So Muddy Waters, big short seller, tells conference, must be at some conference, short in D local, cites red flags. Holy smokes. I wish I had seen this, but I was on my break, 1224, had the alert, 1870. What? Yeah, well, that's what Muddy Waters is suggesting, that it might be fraudulent. That has certainly affected this the share price of DLO. Pepe, I have. I actually have tried to change it back to the old way. Just it hasn't really seemed to help. And you are right. Trade Ideas has taken a lot longer to shut down. It used to shut down just like that. Now it seems to do it piecemeal. All right, so it is not just me. Good. Should get a dev in here. I'm going to copy what you're saying. So it is not just me. So it is something to do with, say a minute. Okay. I'm just trying to alert our dev to this, okay? Because I never had this problem before. Thanks, guys. I do appreciate that because you can imagine it drives me crazy all day long having to listen to it. And it builds as the day goes on. So this FDMT, I am interested in this one. I want to see how well this holds over 20. It's a little bit whippy still. The NVX, guys, is interesting to me because I'm looking at the histogram here. Okay. No, yeah, Pepe, you know what? I turned off, I guess I got to start them, but but I'm still hearing the fan go up and down, regardless of whether I have the browser interface on or not. Anyway, ENVX looks interesting to me. Look at the histogram here. Okay, so very, very low, meaning that the bearish candles, stick patterns, ratio-wise, more than the bull candlestick patterns. Got to have another way to say all that. And the big reason is, I mean, look left. The next low looking left is 1291. That's $1 away. So I'm just waiting to see if this can really start to collapse more. It had a nice run, but remember, this was an earnings play, so there was a reason why it had this gap down on earnings. Yeah, it had a nice kind of recovery, not kind of, it did have a nice recovery. Yeah, I'm going to go back to the browser interface. It has no, on this has no bearing. And it looks better, so. Thank you, Steve. If you're listening, you're probably not listening, but I am still keeping an eye on INM, guys. You never know, okay? Because of that float, you just never know if it can. It's got to take out the VWAP, 443. So why don't I put an alert up here? In fact, why don't we just do this? We'll just take the put the buy button. I'm going to connect back up to the simulator. So there's my buy button now is alive. I'm going to put an alert just a buy just over, whoops, just over the VWAP. Okay, there'll be a blue line, it'll appear, so it'll take the trade if it breaks through the VWAP. Let's just see what happens. This is a way you can practice trading. See, you know, would that be a strategy maybe for you? Pepe, no, no. If I shut down trade ideas right now, my computer will go down back to a whisper. No, no, the other processes don't seem to affect it. The streaming. All right, guys. Sorry. Again, I'm just sort of two things I'm concentrating on right now, as well as my fan. Wanting to see if this, wow, look at DLO. Holy smokes, what a miss. What a massive miss. No, that break cost me some money. Um, the ENVX, I want to see if it really starts to crater. And then the INM in case it does take a pop up. Well, and that's a lifetime low. Yeah. I mean, that's also a lifetime low. Right now for DLO, a lifetime low. How much can it keep cratering? Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Thank you, Rev. I am muted. I am muted. Sorry about that. So, um, yeah, what the the DLO report, I was just kind of reading it. Short position, likely a fraud, the whole bit. This is the Uruguayan company. Now, what can happen, and it may not be today, probably tomorrow, though, the company will come out with some kind of a press release saying it's a bunch of nonsense, what Muddy Waters is saying, and try to defend themselves. Okay, that's typically what can happen. I doubt if they're going to do it now. Okay, so, and again, I don't know if I was on mute when I was talking about this, but Steve said yeah, he disabled the Windows Search Indexer. He went through those steps, and he says everything seems to be fine, and the charts are loading fast, so there's not an issue there. So I will do that afterwards. Maybe at 3 o'clock, okay, when I usually put myself on mute. But anyway, getting back to DLO, so yeah, I mean that's typically what a company will do. You know, they don't they usually try to come up with some kind of a press release and say we completely and categorically defend ourselves against these unfounded remarks by Muddy Waters or something like that. Osh, and that's Oak Street. I always want to say Oshkosh, but I know better now. This is Oak Street, something or other, Oak Street Health. And so some chatter about maybe CVS. Well, they secure 300 million in financing. That was some news this morning. They did secure, but that, that caused probably some dilution. But now what Zach is saying, some takeover chatter with CVS. Well, is Cano was just sinking this morning. Yeah. I mean, that was the rumor back here. Does anybody know what is wrong with IMPL? Been dumping on. Now, I don't look at fundamentals so much. Had earnings on the 14th, so it's just still a reaction of earnings, in my opinion. Yeah, it's just an earnings reaction, Rev. I mean, it wasn't doing anything for the long, long time. Had earnings on the 14th, and it's just a continuation down. Obviously, whatever they said, so it's a lifetime low. Yeah, I mean, whatever they said or whatever's in that earnings report, the market's not liking. So that's the reason. Unless something happens, unless they come out and with some press release to try to stoke it a bit, nothing's going to happen with this company. I know what you're saying. 73,000 is very low volume today, but it's just basically because of the earnings report a couple of days ago. That was a question there in a YouTube room. Now, maybe they've already come out and said something. Oh, Oh my gosh. Sorry. Okay, my computer sounds like it's gonna lift off. Hey guys, listen, I'm gonna put myself on mute. I am gonna try to do this, okay? I want to do it while, all the resources are running. So I want to try to do this. So I'm gonna put myself on mute for, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. I'm 127. Say, give me to, I don't know, 140. Because I have to test this while I've got everything running to see if this actually works for me, okay? Guys, so what has to happen, I hope it just, bear with me. I'm gonna have to actually do a restart, okay? Now, it shouldn't affect the rooms, okay? It shouldn't affect the rooms, but if it does, I apologize. But it says I have to do a restart for that, what I've done to take effect. So I'm gonna shut down and I'll come right back, okay? Shouldn't take me too long. And I will restart. So YouTube might be disrupted.